Good morning. How are we, everybody? But does it? Morning, sir. Afternoon now, sorry. Back in 3 hours. But does it? First the worst. KD, second the best. But second is the best, so here I am to deliver. There you go. Thank you, KD. Welcome. Third is the lazy donkey or the hairy chest one. Hello, Rhonda. How are you, my darling? Hope you're feeling a little bit better today. Saw your pictures there yesterday. Actually, let me show you people. Hey, Jen, how are you? Nice to see you, my darling. No, Katie, I came on early because I saw you whinging like fuck, so I thought I'd come on. Also, Sarah P told me I had to come on now because she's in work, so she needs to be entertained, she told me. So, welcome, everyone. If you'd like to support the channel, best ways to do so are PayPal or buy me a coffee. So there you go. Right, let me get some pictures of Rhonda, shall I? Because I don't think she's here. I don't think she'd mind me showing you anyway, so bye, because I know some of you aren't on Facebook. Beep, beep, beep. Oh. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Right, here we go. Let me get this up here now. Bear with me. Share screen. Beep, bye, bye. There she is. And whoever the nurse is nice as well. So there she is, our beautiful Rhonda. Oops. Close all chats. Yes, close all chats. Here she is, in the Bruins top and a knee. I'll zoom in there again. Oh, I can't zoom in like that. But there you go. There she is. There's a smile. I love that smile from Rhonda. Bex, hello. How are you? Nice to see you. You see, I can even lie as well. I'm a great liar. Hello. How do Christine Fortunato? How are we? So there you go. She's got, look at the different smile. She's there and she's like, I'm owning this shit, she says. And there she is with a heat pad on her as well. So I'm scared to press it again because I don't know. I thought it's only 4 photos, but before I do, oh yeah, there was only 4. Fine. Right, I can get out of that. Right, that's that. I have got the stream prepped. Let me just get it up ready. But we're not going to start from the a little bit. Wait for Josie and Mexi. Remove that for a second. Put that there. So yeah, that's where we are. I added all my mileage today as well. I did 10,342 yesterday. I have done 56 miles as of yesterday, and I've done 4 miles today. So as of today, the 16th of April, we're on 60 miles that we've walked this month. So that's my tracking pad. It's interesting because 10,342 steps yesterday was 4 miles because I did a lot of them at my desk. So the strides are less. But today I've done 8,500 and it's 4 miles as well. So that was a bit interesting that when you do it inside, you get less mileage, but it's fine. It's fine. It is what it is. Do you know what I mean? I'm not complaining. I'm glad that we're on this journey together. That's where I'm at with that. Also, I just want to say thank you, Jen. I appreciate that. I just also want to say thank you to everybody that came over to the El Chappie Sports Show channel yesterday, not yesterday, the day before, to watch the Sharon Moore stuff. Because I do need watch hours over there. And we got 19 hours watch hours. So that was wonderful. I have to get 3,000. So every little helps. So I do appreciate you there, and I appreciate that you all behaved, those that were there. But I don't underestimate that. I don't appreciate. I do appreciate it. So thank you for that. And thank you especially, Dave, for commenting this morning. My video this morning. Normally the people that comment are the two Daves and Jersey Jen. They comment on my videos. Marky, how are you, sir? How's the holiday? Are you there yet, or are you still on route, on wherever it's called? Are you there? Are we nearly there yet, Marky? Are we nearly there yet? Morning, Sarah P. Morning to you. Hope you're doing well, as always. On the bus to the airport. Let's fucking go. Well, enjoy, Marky. I know that, you'll have a great time, I hope. Just behave. If you can't behave, be sensible. I'm sure your wife and children will have you all wrapped around their little fingers throughout the holiday. So yeah, so we'll start the trial in about 15 minutes ish, because I did tell everyone I would start. I'm trying to please everybody. Lady Di is not here, lazy, but that's fine. Katie's not here yet, and I've frozen. Why the fuck have I frozen? Hello? Oh, no, I'm back. I froze there for a little bit. I don't know why it is. My internet's playing up because the stream earlier on was playing up. I was trying to get it all ready. For those who watching a replay, skip 15 minutes because I'll be starting the stream in 15 minutes. So you can do that. No, not a problem in the world. But yeah, how is everyone? Fuck. I mean, as soon as I said that, we went from 14 people down to 4. So people are like, yeah, shut the fuck up and get straight to it. Well, fuck you, because I told Josie and Mexi I would play it at 9 o'clock Central, 10 o'clock Eastern, 3 o'clock UK time. So that's what I will do. So if people have got the patience, the door is that away, I miss you guys in chat. Oh, thank you, Christine. We miss you. I've seen you in a few chats. I've seen you around. I noticed that you were in some chats whenever I do make the rounds. But I hope you're doing well, Christine. Fortunato. Hope work is going well as well for you, my darling. So I was thinking about what my next challenge is going to be once I, beat this 100 miles. And I have decided what I'm going to do. I probably won't announce it now because I can't be asked to tell any of you nosy bitches about it. But it's going to be a little bit different, similar but different. So I probably won't record it though because it's going to be hard to record it. So, but yeah, I have got another challenge in mind once I hit the 100-meter mark. I got to do a lot on the weekend. Here she is, our beautiful Jen T. How are you, my darling? Jen always puts a smile on my face. How are you, my darling? Nice to see you. I love it when Jen pops in. Also, this is good time for Jen as well. She is central time as well. So I try and look out for people except for Dave. First, right. Stop! Don't stop it, Dave. I know. Stop! Don't spoil it. Don't spoil it, Dave. You see, don't comment about it. Yes, what happened? We know the bint is not the first one there, but don't, because people won't stay, Dave. Please. I know we don't mean it, but please don't say anything, because people literally will not stay if they don't think that they're very good. Dirty Lurker. No, I just went around to see who was streaming this, and I managed to see Christine in one of them yesterday. So it's going to be 1.2. I might do it 2.0 now, just to annoy you, just to annoy Dave. I might do a 2.0 speed. I'm working, but I'm listening. That's fine. We always love it when you're lurking, Genty. Why did you even bring it up if you're not going to tell us? Because I wanted to make you frustrated. So I want to make you frustrated because I know that would piss you off. No, I don't mind telling you. I was only joking. I was waiting for someone to respond. I'm gonna try and run a 5K, as in try and run 5Ks. So that's what I'm gonna try and do. Katie Thursday. Yes, he does need to find a damn cranberry. I'm gonna have to mute him if he does that again. I don't want to mute Dave, but I'm gonna have to mute him if he does it again. Good job at frustrating you. I know you have. Just don't spoil it, please, Dave. Sometimes you can do that. Yes, I know. So currently, I don't think I could run 100 yards. I don't think I could do 100 yards without stopping. So I'm just going to build up for 5K. I literally couldn't do it. Are you sure it's not Thrashby Thursday? Can you mute the delete? No, she can't. I will mute you though. Any more spoilers, you're done. Dave with Rutgers, I cause already. Don't worry about it. Don't ever repeat it again. Me and my eldest did one together when he was like 7. Yes, don't shame me. Don't shame me. I can't run like a 7-year-old. I'm so unfit. Walking one is a win. I could do. I walk it now. I mean, I do. So 5K is 3.1 miles. I do 4 to 5 miles of walking every day, so I can walk one easy. I just want to be able to run one non-stop, which will take me months. Do you know what I mean? To do that, but I want to do it. Hello, Brenda. How are you? Nice to see you, Brenda 581. Names have changed here, so yeah. Hope you're doing well, my darling. Bad, your third is a lazy donkey. Hello. I'm not shaming. I'm encouraging. You shaming it's encouraging, so don't worry about it. I'm only teasing you. I like to give you shit. There you go, morning, Han. Good morning, Katie, Sarah P, Brenda. There's a Natal training for yes, couch to 5K, I think it's called. Couch to 5K, I believe it's called. So I will try and give that a look at it. So, hey Bex, good morning, Boston Dave. I missed running, cheering you on. Thank you, Roy. Thank you, Jen. Katie Delancey yelling at me again. I feel sorry for his mum and dad elderly abuse. Haha. You know that I don't want spoilers, and you come in with a spoiler. That's why I shout at you, Dave. You know I love you, but you're a fucking pain in the ass as well. That's the only reason. Dave. There you go. What time's your flight, Marky? Yeah, what time is your flight? He's on the bus to. Oh, have you? Oh, are you? That's those buses are good though. You know what I mean? I took the bus to Braintree from the airport. The only thing was that it was packed on the way back, so I had some people left behind. That's the only downside of it. But must be only local because the ones I looked up said hairy chest. Yeah, hairy chest is the one I know. En route to airport like 12:20. Oh, you got plenty of time then. Plenty of time. Dave, why are you even watching ahead? I know some of them cheat. Bex did as well, I believe, and Lily died. So, but I don't think they're here to spoil it. So, why are you even watching ahead? Katie even said it twice. Go to Spencer, get baked. Yes, instead of get fucked, get baked. Looks like a dam is going to burst the White River, Katie. I wasn't getting a 2-year-old and say, no, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Already got anxiety big time. I get secondhand embarrassment back. So do I, to be fair. I think most people do. Just leave it to your wife. I know, Dave, everything is a mess here right now. Still raining. No, is it? Michigan. Whoa. We got 7 or 8 minutes to go, people. It is. It was good. As I say, the only bad thing, and the only thing I didn't like about it, I got lucky, right? I was one of the first ones to put my bag in, only because the bus had to reverse right in front of me. So I got my bag on first. But all the women went on, right? And their husbands were outside. And what they were doing there was blocking everybody, saying, no, you can't sit here, you can't sit here, my husband. The problem was the bus was fucking full. So we were getting to the end, and it was like, your husband's still not here. And these people got their bags in there, so you might have to leave. As it happens, the bus was full with one person, I think 1 or 2 seats left. So when we got to the next stop, only 2 people got on. The rest were left there then. But that was like, I was thinking at one point, these women keep saying you can't sit here because my husband's here. Careful, because they're on. You might have to leave. There might be a ruckus, I thought. And I'll say, in the end, thankfully, it worked out. But then this one guy got up and offered it to a woman with a baby, and he went to another seat, and the woman next that he was going to sit next to was like, "No, my husband's sitting here. He can't sit here." And he's like, "I'm just giving up my seat." Thankfully, I had a space seat, so he sat next to me. But he was like, "You just have to be very careful about stuff like that." I was a bit worried for people. I got anxiety for other people because they were. If that was me and people say you can't sit here, I'm like, "But my bag's already on the fucking bus. You can't tell me not to sit down. Fuck off then." I didn't like that. I didn't like that. I think that, if you got somebody waiting, you should come on at the same time. Don't save your space. Like yeah, I got anxiety for the people for that. I would have been really anxious if that was me. I know you cheat. That was a given. That's why. Um, that's why. What do you call it? Lady Di's not here because she's watched it already, so she won't be with us till later probably, which is a shame. That's the only shame of doing the way I'm doing it. We won't get everyone here, which is a shame. Telling you, no electrons until on the plane. Also, in Boston especially, every time I've got to charge in Boston Airport, like at the seats, they never work. You have to stand by the sides. Also, I've seen so many parents tell children to charge it, plug it in. Children plug it in, devices in to the ones on the seat, and they're not charging, and they don't notice. So then they got on the plane with a device that's not charged. So careful of that as well, Markin. All I said was the daughter was still getting transported. I know, but that's why I was just like, you said that the first couple of witnesses were boring as fuck until the daughter gets there. So Bex, at least you're not being. I am yelling at her, but she's not spoiling it. Yeah, I will yell at Bex though, but she's not spoiled it. But a person I'm saying that if I'm sitting near a crabby kid, I will try. Yeah, I am the same. I am the same. I am the same. Thank you, Brenda. We'll be starting in 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Here she is. I didn't even notice you. I thought he wouldn't be here because he watched it already. And yes, we already know that the daughter's not. Dave told us the first couple of witnesses are shit, but we don't care. We're still watching them. I have no shame. There you go. Dave, just please, not the entire day. I'll give you something to spoil. Yes, we will watch them, but that's why I didn't want people to look at it and go, oh, so because some people will look at that message, and I'm not angry at Dave, but because he's fucking idiot. But if you say something's boring, people will not watch it. They'll just fucking skip and come back later. So that's why I'm like, no commentary. The whole day through, there's a lot of breaks. Well, we skip the breaks, so that's good. We skip all the breaks. Dave, I love you, but you annoy me a little bit sometimes. But Bex annoys me more, so you're lucky. Lady Di annoys me more as well, so you're lucky, Dave. My day is complete. God, you have triggered me today. You triggered me today. You've done a good job of that. You know I love you, but you triggered me today. Hello, Hack. This tries much better than the other one. I know, that's why I chose it. But the other one's more important, though, than this one, but still. Just went over to leave support on El Chappie channel. Watch it here, but not there. All's good, but thank you. Thank you, my brother. No worries at all, Dave. Thank you, my friend. Erin, I've told everyone here that you're boring them, but they're still here. They're not here for me. Erin, no spoilers. Yes, no spoilers, please. You need to put in your header watching Dave behind to skip all their massive breaks. I am here strictly to spoil it. Please don't. Dave's already started to spoil it. Hack, Marky Mark, Erin Hack. Dave will go crawling the hearse and shut the fuck up. So yeah, that is a good way of saying it, Jen. Harshbeck's fresh, does it. Erin, good, he can yell at you now. No. Good morning, Erin. Erin Hack missed you like a sore head. But we missed you like a sore head, Erin.
Erin Hack, she drives a bus, yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hack, she drives a bus, yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hack, she drives a bus all day long. Ole, 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 ole. Erin Hack, 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 ole. Erin Hack, 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 ole. Let's go, Erin Hack, 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 ole. Erin Hack, 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 ole. Hippie chick, Marky C, Spacey Stacy, walking those streets all night. You go, ladies and Marky, go have some fun now. Let's go, girls.
Twinkle, twinkle, little snitch. Mind your own business, you fucking nosy bitch.
Okay, let's go. This is it. We're on 1.25 speed. First witnesses here. Obviously, they're important witnesses, so we want to watch it all. There's a couple of witnesses first, and then obviously the daughter comes in afterwards because the transport was late. So the daughter is en route.
Erin Hack, she drives a bus, yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hack, she drives a bus all day long.
And there she is in there with Erin Hack. So Erin Hack will be here with the convict in a minute. So here we go. Let's do it. I have waited past 10 o'clock for Josie and Mexi, but so here we go.
Short yes or no. Hopefully it's just
Okay.
give us verbal responses. No, you're not.
Before we start, I do like that one, or Sarah P's one as well. I do like.
Oh, thank you very much. What's this?
Welcome.
Whale what?
Welcome.
Welcome. I'm sorry, honey.
They're not serving
so
whale
sorry,
semen.
baby.
I've got it. Thank
Head right now. We don't
Yes.
have video recorders, so just keep that in mind. Thank you. Mr. Pomeroy.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Laney, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Caitlin Laney,
And for the recording, how do you spell Laney?
Laney.
And what would you like to call us? What would you like us to call you today?
Caitlin's fine.
Thank you, Caitlin. Now, Caitlin, where did you live in the summer of 2024?
In Haymaker.
Okay, and where is Haymaker?
It's in American Fork.
And you say Haymaker, is that the name of a community?
Yes.
And what type of community was it?
It's a townhome community.
Okay, was it gated, not gated?
It was gated.
And did you have a neighbor by the name of Tracey Grist?
Yes.
Okay. Now you called these townhomes and she was your neighbor, but what exactly was the situation? Was it duplex, triplex, detached homes?
I think it was a triplex.
Okay. And so were you in the same triplex with Tracey?
Yes.
And do you recall who else lived in the home with Tracey?
She had 3 of her kids. It was Rory, Kevin, and I'm blanking on her other son's name right now.
Would Jake or Jacob sound
Jake,
correct?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Kevin, would that be Kevin Ellis?
Yes.
Okay. And you yourself, who did you live with?
I live with my husband, Brent, and our 2 kids.
Okay. Now, did you speak to Tracey often?
Sometimes, like, we were neighborly.
Conversations in passing then?
Yeah, I would see her outside gardening. Our garages were next to each other, so sometimes coming in and out. She and Rory, they watched our dog for us a couple times when we went out of town. She's the one who gave me my garage code.
Okay. And you said that you shared, or the garages were next door and it was a triplex. So I assume you shared some sort of walls with Ms. Grist?
Yes, I think our condo was partially above like their garage. Our wall going up our stairs we shared, and like kitchen, that kind of side of the house.
Would you generally hear very much noise from their apartment?
No, occasionally in my laundry room, I could hear people, and then her garage door, it was a really like hard to close, I guess, so it would slam a lot.
Okay. Based off your description, is it fair to say just because of that layout, you didn't hear many noises other than what you just described?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that this was a gated community. Would you consider it a safe community?
Yes.
And then one last question about the housing situation. Did you ever notice whether Tracey would use a screen door of some sort on her front door?
Yes, it was like one of those ones you can walk through that like would keep bugs out in the summer.
And was it normally there during the summer?
Yes.
All right, let's move to a different topic. Do you remember calling 911 sometime during the summer of 2024?
Yes.
Do you remember the date?
I don't off the top of my head.
If I suggested that it was July 12th, 2024, would that sound correct?
Yes.
Okay. What was the reason you called 911?
I heard what I believe to be gunshots.
Okay. So what were you doing? Well, let me back up. Do you recall whether it was morning, day, nighttime, evening?
It was in the evening, around 10 o'clock.
Do you recall what you were doing in the evening before calling 911?
My husband and I were out in our living room watching movies with our kids.
And you said you heard some gunshots. Describe exactly what you recall hearing.
It was like 6 to 8 loud bangs.
Okay. Did you take any particular note of the rate of the bangs? And what I mean by that, were they quick succession? Was there pauses between?
They were pretty quick together. There might have been a brief pause between the last one, but it was quick.
So after hearing these gunshots, what did you do, if anything?
I first looked over to my husband because this is around 4th of July. And if anybody lives in Utah, they know like they're crazy for fireworks. So you hear fireworks pretty much between 4th of July and Pioneer Day. So it wasn't uncommon to hear them, especially on a weekend evening. So I looked over to my husband and I was just like, hey, was that fireworks? And he's a positive guy. So he's like, yeah, I think so. And I'm like, I don't think so. It sounded more like a bang, fireworks pop. And so I was like, I don't think so. So I had seen Tracey at the park a couple days before, and she had told us how her daughter, Kate, who had showed up about 3 weeks prior with the kids, was leaving an abusive marriage. And so when I heard the gunshots, what I thought was gunshots, I was worried. So after we talked for a little bit, I texted Tracey and just asked if they were okay.
Okay. So you texted Tracey to ask if she was okay, and we'll come back to that in more depth in a second. But do you recall about what time that was?
It's like 10:06 or 7.
Okay. And the text was up before or after you called 911?
I texted her right before, like a minute before, maybe I called 911.
Okay. And do you recall maybe just the amount of time between when you heard the gunshots and when you called 911?
Between a minute and 2 minutes. It was pretty quick.
And then lastly, did you look outside to see what was going on? Did you do anything else to kind of see what was going on before you texted and called?
I texted her. I got up and went to my kitchen counter and I texted her. And then I went and looked out our bedroom window. We could see in front of her garage. And sometimes her kids would come over on the weekend and people weren't supposed to park in front of the garages. The townhomes share driveways, but sometimes they would. So I checked for a car there, didn't see anything. And then I went to our bathroom window, which faces the streets, and it's a pretty small window. But I looked out the window and saw a truck running, and it looked like an older Ford. It looked like it was running, but the lights were on, like the flashers were on. And I noticed there was cardboard underneath it, which I thought was really weird. That was when I decided to call 911.
The truck was not a usual vehicle in the neighborhood.
No.
Your Honor, the state has identified the 911 call as Exhibit 36. The state now moves to admit Exhibit 36.
Any objection, Mr. Facebar? No, Your Honor. So admitted, thank you.
Permission to play for the jury?
Yes, please, thank you.
July 12, 2024, 22:09:42.
911, what's the address of your emergency?
112 South 920 East, my neighbors.
What city?
American Fork.
And the address one more time?
I'm at 112 South 920 East, it's my neighbors, but
What's the phone number you're calling on in case we're disconnected?
559-907-7484.
Okay, so the address is your home, it's your neighbors, and tell me exactly what's going on with them.
I'm pretty sure I just heard gunshots.
Okay.
And there's a car with flashers. I know that her daughter just left her husband in California. But I tried getting a hold of her and I haven't heard anything, but.
Okay, and you said it's the neighbor's daughter is going through divorce, or?
She left her husband.
Okay. In California?
Yeah.
Okay.
But there's a sketchy truck in front of her house and it sounded like gunshots.
Okay, what kind of truck is that?
It looks like a Ford.
What color?
Silver, older, got a lot of rust on it. I can't tell if the plates are California.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then, do you know what direction your neighbor's house is from your house?
I think she's 114.
Okay. At 114 South?
Yes.
Okay. And you're gonna what?
I'm gonna see if my husband can try calling her, but I don't know.
And you still see the truck outside? Are you
Yeah,
able to see a license plate?
I really can't tell. Like I can see it from my bathroom.
Okay.
And it's dark outside, so I cannot tell where it's from.
And the gunshot, was it one shot? Did you hear multiple?
It sounded like what did it sound like to you? It sounded like I talked to you too. It sounded, I don't know, maybe 6.
6 shots?
I think. I don't know. I don't think it was fireworks.
Okay.
Where's your phone?
And do you know, was the husband still in California, or?
I don't know. I don't know all the details.
Okay.
There's a sketchy looking truck in front of their house.
Okay, and you've never seen it before in the area?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to call her from my husband's phone, but
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna keep you on the line to be updated with that.
yeah, I'm gonna try to call her.
What's her name?
Maybe. Her name is Tracey. Her daughter's name is Katie.
Okay.
I'm gonna see if I can get a hold of her. I It didn't sound like fireworks to me.
And what's your name?
It's Caitlin.
With a C or a K?
With a K. I'm gonna call her right now.
Okay, yeah, let me know.
She didn't answer.
Okay. And what was your last name again, Caitlin?
It's Laney. It's Laney.
Laney, okay. Do you have,
It looks like there's,
it looks like what?
it looks like there's cardboard under like the front of the truck, which seems kind of weird, but I don't know. My husband thinks it sounded like gunshots too.
Okay. What's Tracy's phone number?
801-651-2695.
Okay. And we're getting an officer sent into that area now. If anything changes or escalates at all, just go ahead and give us a call right back. Okay, Caitlin?
Okay, there's a gate code. It's pound 1212, if you want to let the officer know.
Pound 1212?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we'll get them sent into that area.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Bye.
Okay, thank you. Caitlin, do you see a binder in front of you?
Yes.
Could you please turn to tab 37? That's what's been marked as State's Exhibit 37.
Okay.
Right,
I found it.
first page of those.
Yes.
Previously, you testified about texting Tracy. Are these those texts?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves into evidence Exhibit 37.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. So ordered, thank you.
May we publish?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's just zoom in on that first message if we could. Okay. Caitlin, would you please read the timestamp on that message?
10:08:33.
And please read the message.
Are you guys okay?
The text message you testified about, is this message?
Yes.
Okay, and that timestamp of 10:08:33, that's accurate to the time that you texted Tracy?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. Now, these text messages weren't just texts on that night, they extend into the next day, is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna have you read a select few of these messages, okay?
Okay.
So the next thing I want you to do is turn the page to page 2. And if we could also move this to page 2. Thank you. And so Tracy didn't respond on the evening of the 12th. She started responding the morning of the 13th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to you. Let's clarify one more thing. The green bubbles are from Tracy. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the blue bubbles are from you.
Yes.
Okay. So let's go to your first bubble on the 13th. What did you ask Tracy?
Was it your son-in-law?
Continue to the next message, please. And how does she respond?
Yes.
And then please read your next message to her.
A bullet went into our garage.
And how does she respond?
OMG.
Do you know what that stands for?
Oh my God.
Okay. Let's continue to the next message. And what did you say in response?
I said, oh man, just him, ?
And what was her response across the next 3 messages?
Yes. Excuse me. He had a knife and my son Kevin shot him.
Okay. And that message, again, the time on that one was
6:58 in the
AM.
morning.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'm going to ask you to just skip forward to page 8. Sorry. Let's go to page 9. The first green message from Tracey on this page. What's the time there?
7:02 a.m.
Okay. So this is just a few minutes after that prior text.
Yes.
So it's the same conversation.
Yes.
Okay. What did Tracey ask you?
What time did you call 911?
Okay. And then this next message, this just appears to be out of order. You're responding to something previous in the conversation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So Tracey asked, what time did you call 911? And then her next message to you is what?
Did you call 911 or did another neighbor?
And what's her next message to you?
I was on the phone with 911 and they were there so fast.
And then let's read your last text message on this exhibit.
I called at 10:07, I think. We were in the living room watching a movie with the kids and I heard the shots and texted you. And then I saw the truck with Cali plates and called. I was on the phone with them when I called you.
Thank you. You can go ahead and put the exhibit aside now. Now, after this, did you ever speak with Tracey Grist about the shooting?
Yes.
When was it that you spoke with her?
Later that afternoon.
And was this a phone call, an in-person conversation, or something else?
It was in person.
Okay. Did she tell you what had happened the previous night?
She said that her son-in-law, sorry, I'm blanking on it, Matthew. She said that Matt, she called him Matt, had come into the house with a knife and that he was being erratic, and that he wanted to see Kate, and that she had told him that he was upstairs, and then he turned the corner to go upstairs and then Kevin shot him.
Did Tracey tell you where she was when this all happened?
She said she was in the kitchen by the fridge. I think she said she was sitting on the counter by the fridge.
There wasn't a
Yeah.
question. So
That's fine, but let's just clarify that point of where I was going next. She was in the kitchen. Did she say specifically where she was in the kitchen?
Yes, on the counter by the fridge.
Okay. And did she, let's just be a little bit more detailed if you can from your memory. Did she specifically articulate whether Matthew had a knife and when she saw it, if he did?
If I remember correctly, she said she saw it when he was in the kitchen.
Okay. And did she make any comments about whether Matthew, you said you just testified that she told you Matthew was acting erratically. Did she give you more detail about that?
Not super, like that he just seemed agitated.
Okay. Did she make any statements about whether he had come in and was stationary or moving about the house or anything about that?
Not directly. I think she just said he had come in through the living room.
Okay. You remember testifying at a previous hearing?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, may I approach the witness?
yes, thank you.
Hippie chick, Marky C, Spacey Stacy, walking those streets all night. You
So
go,
we have a transcript
ladies,
of one of-
and Marky. Go have some fun now. Let's go, girls.
Prior hearings. That section marked in blue, you can ignore everything else. Just please read that to yourself and not to the jury. Okay. I'm gonna come grab it from you. Did reading that refresh your memory of other things Tracey may have told you?
Yes.
Okay. And so that last point that I had asked about of her descriptions of what Matthew was doing, what do you remember now?
But he had walked in through the front door and went through the living room. And did you want me to explain the living room?
Maybe that would be helpful to the jury.
Okay.
What is the layout of that home?
Okay, so he walked in through the front door. When you walk into Tracey's door, if you go straight there, you go straight to the kitchen. But there's like a fireplace block just to the right. So if you walk in and go to the right, you're going to kind of go around this block. There's a dining room, kitchen's here. So front door's here, kitchen's here, living room's here. There's a block in the middle. So from what she told me, he walked in, walked around into the kitchen, saw her in the kitchen, asked her about Kate, and then had to go back around because the stairs are also off to the left. Like if you're heading towards the stairs, when you walk in the door, there's an office door, a closet, and then there's the stairs to go upstairs.
Okay, thank you. I think that gives a good description of the home. And so you testified that she said Matthew had come in, he had come to the kitchen where she was and where she was sitting, and he had a knife. And that she had also told you that Kevin had at some point shot Matthew.
Yes.
Did she tell you where Kevin got the gun?
She said he had gotten it from the garage.
And where is the garage in relation to these rooms?
The garage from the front door in the living room. If you walk in and towards the kitchen, before you hit the kitchen, there's a hallway. You walk straight down the hallway and then the garage door would be there.
Okay. And did she say whose gun it was?
Hers.
Okay. And did she say whether she had it stored in any particular way?
She had it in a gun case.
And did she show you that gun case?
Yes.
Okay. When she showed it to you, did she have to obtain it from any part of the house?
I think she grabbed it from the garage.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Ross?
Hi, Caitlin.
Hi.
I just have a couple questions. Do you remember testifying before in a previous trial?
Yes.
And how long ago was that?
2 months.
2 months. Okay. And when you called 911, how long ago was that?
Almost 2 years.
2 years. And so you're relying on your memory as best you can, right?
Yes.
And when you described the home of Tracey, is that because you've been there? You've been in her home, or you've been in one exactly like it?
Yes, I've been in her home.
Her home. So when you open the front door, it swings, when I'm walking in, it swings left, right?
Yes.
I don't know how that will work. It swings left, right? But it swings left.
Mhm. Yes.
Thank you. And when you first are in the doorway, you sort of have to make a decision on how you're going to continue into the house. Isn't that right?
Yes.
So the home is sort of built in a way to have an inviting area of a living room on your right side and then a hallway on your left side. Is that right?
Yes.
And so I think what you're describing is that when Matt, according to what Tracey had said, when Matt had came in, he had made the decision to go shift to the right to then have a chat with ended up being a chat with Tracey, right?
Yes.
But he could have gone left a little bit, like a dodge left or a dodge right. Is that a good way to describe that home?
Well, if he went the way that I remember her describing, he would have had to go right.
Yeah. And if he would have gone left, he would have like veered left and gone down the hallway toward the kitchen. Is that right?
It was more of like a straight shot, maybe slightly to the left, but it was more of a straight shot to the kitchen.
There's this wall, this obstruction wall, sort of right in front of you, that is where the fireplace is built in and provides this ambience for the living room, right?
Yes.
In your recollection of your conversation with Tracey, are there things that you might have forgotten?
Possibly.
You know, are there things that you're trying your best to remember?
Yes.
Would you say the same thing about during the trial 2 months ago, that the things you could have forgotten and things you're just trying to remember?
It's possible. Yeah.
You used the word agitated. Is that a word that you remember Tracey saying, or is that just a word you're trying to come up with to best describe what you recall?
I believe she said agitated, but I mean a similar word with the same meaning is
Sure.
possible.
Yeah, and I understand that. When Tracy and you talked about what happened, were you at her home when you were talking about it?
Yes, the next day.
Yeah, and she talked about Kevin having a gun, right?
Yes.
And then she showed you where the gun holder was.
Yes.
And did she tell you when Kevin got the gun?
I want to say when Matthew got there, I don't remember if it was when he saw him pull up or when he came into the house.
Do you remember whether she said either?
It would have been that day,
So she said he got it that day.
that evening.
He said he got it that evening. Do you remember her saying that, or are you just trying your best to understand the story?
No, she did say that he went and got the gun after Matthew arrived. I don't remember if it was when he pulled up or if it was when he came into the home.
Okay. And this was how long after the shooting occurred?
This was the next afternoon.
So how long after the shooting occurred, do you think?
Um,
Shooting occurred around 10 p.m.
yes.
Yeah. And so when were you having the conversation?
It was the next day around 1 or 2.
Okay, it's about 12 hours later.
Yeah.
Okay, no further questions.
May we direct?
30 seconds, Judge.
Thank you.
Brent Laney, Judge.
Thank you, Ms. Laney. Thank you for coming today. Please call your.
No further questions. Thanks, Judge.
Thank you, Ms. Laney. Thank you. Ben, that's it. Raise your right. Wait for them to finish. Pass the mic, please. We can hear you.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Mr. Laney. Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
My name is Brent Laney.
Thank you. Mr. Laney, do you want us to call you Mr. Laney, Brent, or something else?
Brent will be fine.
Brent, there was a person who testified just before you named Caitlin Laney. Do you know her?
Yes, that's my wife.
You live with her, I assume?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you two live in the summer of 2024?
I'm trying to remember the exact address.
We only need the address, the city's fine, or the name of a community.
American Fork, Utah.
Okay. Was one of your neighbors in that community Tracey Grist
Yes.
and Kevin Ellis?
Yes.
Did you know them very well?
Not very well.
Okay. They were your neighbors. Did you speak to them often?
Occasionally, not very often.
Okay. And what was the situation there where your neighbors were? It was like across the street, duplex, triplex, what was it?
It was like a townhome with kind of like 3 homes in one building. And so they were connected to the building that we were living in.
Okay. What type of community was it?
A gated community.
Was it a pretty safe community?
In general, it seemed like it was.
Do you remember an incident in July 2024 that resulted in Caitlin calling 911?
Yes, I do.
Why did she call 911?
We heard some noises. Initially, I assumed it might have been fireworks, but it sounded kind of like gunshots also.
Okay. How many noises did you hear?
I think about 4.
Okay. These noises, to your recollection, were they back to back? Was there a delay between them? What do you recall?
I remember, I believe it was like 2 or 3 real like back to back with brief pause, and I think another noise pretty quickly after.
Okay. And what were you doing when this all happened?
We were, my kids were getting sleepy. We were just watching movies with the kids. Then went for them to fall asleep.
Okay. Do you recall what movie you were watching?
Some sort of Disney movie. I don't know.
Not Die Hard with gunshots, right?
No,
Okay.
definitely that.
So the noises were definitely not from inside the home. Isn't it?
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall the exact time that you heard the gunshots or the noises?
I remember I was around 10:07, something around there.
Okay. And lastly, do you recall how much time elapsed between hearing those noises and Caitlin calling 911?
I feel like only a couple minutes. It was pretty quickly after.
Thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
Cross. Thank you, Mr. Laney. Ms. Kathryn.
Thank you. Judge, can we excuse both the Laneys from their subpoena?
Any objection, Mr. Facebar? Thank you. You and your wife are free to go. Thank you. Next.
State called David Kruger. Are you ready?
Okay, so I have to slow it down now. For Dave, so 1.25 now then. I believe this is the daughter coming on.
Oh, and speak into the mic as well, correct?
Was it?
Mr.
Oh, no, it's
Thank
really
you, Judge.
different.
Mr. Kruger, please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Dave Kruger. I live in American Fork.
Great, thank you. Would you prefer that we call you Dave, David, Mr. Kruger?
Dave works.
Okay, thank you, Dave. Dave, more specifically than American Fork, in the summer of 2024, did you live in American Fork?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know a Tracey Grist at that time?
Yes.
How did you know her?
She was my across the street neighbor.
Okay. And did a Kevin Ellis live in her home with her?
Yes.
Okay. And you say across the street. Could we be a little bit more specific of how that was?
Yes. So my home is west facing. She is directly across the street, so west and slightly to the south.
Okay. If I was standing in your driveway looking towards her house, would that be left or right?
It would be left.
And then what type of community was this?
Yeah, it's a small gated community.
Okay. Was it a nice neighborhood?
Yeah. Yeah. Nice neighborhood.
Was it a safe neighborhood?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have any surveillance cameras on your home?
Yes.
Was that just kind of a routine thing you did? I mean, you call it a safe neighborhood.
Yeah. Yeah. It was. I take extra precautions just for out of convenience.
Okay. What type of cameras were they in the summer of 2024?
They were, let's see, ADT Blue. It was the name of the devices, or that was the service.
Is that one of those paid services where they come do everything, or is it more of a do-it-yourself setup?
Do it yourself.
Okay. And these particular cameras, how do they work?
Off motion sensor. So anything, they don't work extremely well, but when something, it goes by that sets off the motion, starts recording.
Okay. And the cameras that you had on your home at the time, where were they pointed?
The one above the garage was pointed just in front of the driveway. I had another one right by the front door that was pointed just, in front of the front yard. Those were both pointed to the south towards Tracey's home.
At the time, were both of those working?
Yes.
Does this system record the time the videos are taken?
Yes.
Is the recorded time on the video accurate?
Yes.
To your knowledge, does the system record only to the hour, to the minute, to the second?
It's to the minute. I don't believe it counts seconds. So just every minute. So it's not going to record seconds.
Okay. So like if we're looking at this clock, it counts down each second. If you're looking at these videos, it flips every minute.
Every minute, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Do you recall police reaching out in July 2024 to obtain some of your surveillance footage?
Yes.
Do you recall the date and time for which officers were looking for?
I don't recall the exact date or time, no. It was a couple days after.
Does the evening of July 12th sound about accurate?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you provide that footage to the officers?
Yes.
Would you recognize it if you saw it again?
Yep.
Okay. Your Honor, the state moves into evidence exhibits 38, 39, and 40.
Any objection, Mr. Facebar? No. Thank you. Exhibits 38 through 40 are admitted without objection.
Thank you both. Please publish 38. Okay, what is this?
This is my app that shows security footage.
Okay. And specifically, I see a couple different things here. Which is the one that was of interest to the police?
The driveway motion detected.
Okay. That would be the black and white image kind of in the middle.
Yep.
Okay. And what's the timestamp of that?
10:06.
And that would be the timestamp of when it activated.
Correct.
Okay. Let's move to exhibit 39 and 40.
We blow those up for the jury.
Thank you. So this is 39. Are you able to, is that already playing? Thank you. Okay, could you get that up, but then pause it? Yeah, sorry, get it back in. There you go, so pause it. Thank you, right there. Okay, so this was the clip.
Correct.
And this is the clip that started at 10:06.
Yes.
Okay, and we saw the entirety of it just now?
Yes.
And how many seconds is the entirety of this video?
30 seconds.
Okay, and were you able to see the object that caused the movement that triggered the camera?
The truck, yes.
So it was a truck that caused it. Okay. And that's what we saw in the still frame. And in fact, where it's paused right now, can you still see that truck?
Yes.
Where on the screen would it be?
The top, middle to the left.
Okay, thank you. Now we can go to exhibit 40. Is this that same video?
Yes.
Just enlarged?
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Ross? Thank you, sir. Step down.
Thank you.
May he be excused from the subpoena, counsel?
Please, Judge.
Thank you. You're free to go, sir. All right. Please call your next witness, Mr. Pomeroy.
I believe we're returning to Mr.
We're going to return to
Facemeyer.
Mr. Restelli, Mr. Facemeyer. All right, let's bring Ms. Restelli back, and I'll re-swear her in for today.
So it seems like Dave has got a thing for the judge. This guy's pretty handsome. Whatever floats your boat, Dave. Whatever floats your boat, sir. You know, if you like the judge, you think he's handsome, that's hey, I'm not going to disagree with you. That's fine. Well done, Dave. I'm glad that you think he is. I'm just skipping a little bit here so we can get. Here she is. Right, let me get this down. 1.25 for Dave. So.
Good morning, Kate.
Good morning.
Kate, we left yesterday speaking about your brother Kevin, and I wanted to go on to a different train of conversation now about how this case has proceeded. Previously, Kate, I had shown you a picture. Do you recall this picture?
I do.
And just because we're starting a new day, I'll just ask, what is this picture of? Do you remember?
The interview I had with the American Fork Police Department, and
the state.
All right. And do you recall the date of this interview?
Vaguely.
If I
June
told you it
something.
says 6/12/2025, June 12th, does that sound right?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, okay. Not trying to trick you, but just to give an idea. So on June 12th, you went and met with the prosecutor and the investigating officer, right?
I did.
Your attorney was there, who's here today, right?
Yes, he is.
And in preparation for this, we had talked about, you had provided your attorney with a proffer of evidence, right?
Yes.
And as this proffer of evidence, that's your best recollection of the events leading up to the death of Matt, right?
Yes.
And in return for that proffer statement that your attorney drafted, you received a offer. Is that right?
Yes.
And indeed, there was an offer provided to you by the prosecution even before your proffer statement. Were you aware of that?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Yeah, approach the witness here. Of course. I'm sorry, one moment, Your Honor. Is she gonna go?
I am.
Right, I'm going to put a poll up for Sarah P. Not that, no. Right, what I'm going to do is 1.25 or 1.5. If I have more than, if I have two people say 1.25, I'm sticking with 1.25 because I do know some people struggle with 1.5. I know Dave is going to vote 1.25, which is why I'm saying I need at least two people to vote 1.25. If you're happy with 1.5, I'll do 1.5. So I just want it to be balanced for everybody. So let me put the poll up. And CG likes it slow. So let me put the poll up. Fuck, it's Spacey Stacey. Hello, my darling. Let me put the poll up. And you watch Sarah P get all excited. Whenever I speak about polls, Sarah P is like, oh, yeah, let's go. Start a poll. What speed do you want? 1.25, 1.5. Okay. CJ is kidding. You see, already Dave has voted. I think, hang on. I'm only leaving it up for a little bit as well. So hang on. Then we'll get, where's the poll gone? So yeah, I asked Sarah P what she prefers, and she says I always prefer to be at the bottom because she's lazy, she said. So well, if you haven't voted, then we've got some people who have voted 1.25. Dave has now voted. No, that's fine, Jad, never shout at you. Sarah P said, being on top is too much work. Being the bottom is the place for me. I knew you'd voted. No, I'm doing something else. I'm trying to get something else up, Eric. Hang on. What's a pillow princess? I don't know what a pillow princess is. Okay.
We did yesterday. She was working through exhibits.
I was handcuffed in the front yesterday, but today it has to be.
So she can look at exhibits like we did yesterday.
We'll have to bring her downstairs for our policy. We're allowed to have our weapons on this while we're restraining, so we have to go download and then.
All right, let's take about a 10-minute break and do that then. All right, we'll be in recess while we get that taken care of.
All rise for the jury.
I'll approach the witness, Your Honor. Of course. Yep, ongoing permission. All right. Okay, I've provided you page 1 of a letter, and at the top of that letter, it says what? The very top.
Plea offer letter,
Correct. And what's even above that?
Utah County Attorney.
Right. So this is a letter drafted, it appears by the Utah County Attorney, is that right?
Yes,
And it's a plea offer letter to you, right?
correct.
And what's the date of that letter?
May 16th, 2025.
All right, I'd like to offer this as an exhibit, Your Honor. Any objections?
No objection.
And to publish that to the jury.
What exhibit number is this?
2, I think.
Okay, defense exhibit 2 is received without objection.
Thank you. And as a publisher, Your Honor, I think my witness will have that available to her on screen as well.
Let's give the Swatobi paralegal just a moment.
So I compromised. I got 1.4.
As we prepare that, I just want to ask a couple questions. If
Of
you're okay. Excuse me. Kate, do you know what the importance of the date of this letter is? May 16th, 2025.
No, I'm not.
Are you aware, or let me better state, do you recall what your case was doing in and around this time of May 16th, 2025?
I don't recall.
Do you recall coming to court with your attorney and scheduling a preliminary hearing?
I believe I was scheduled for a preliminary hearing.
And do you know when those preliminary hearing dates were?
No, I do not remember.
If I told you that those preliminary hearing dates were May 20th and 22nd, would you have any reason to disagree with that?
No, I would not.
Does that sound right?
I honestly, I don't recall.
Do you recall that we scheduled 2 full days for that preliminary hearing?
I don't recall.
Do you understand what a preliminary hearing is?
I do.
And what's your understanding?
That all the evidence and discovery is presented to the court, and they decide whether or not they have a case against us. Me, excuse me.
Right. And so at that hearing, evidence would be presented to your honor and not to a jury, right?
Correct.
And the purpose of a preliminary hearing is not to determine guilt or innocence, is it?
Correct.
It's just to determine whether there is sufficient evidence for you to be charged with what you're charged with.
Correct.
And that hearing was coming up on May 20th, right?
Yes.
Thank you. I would ask the court to take judicial notice that there's a preliminary hearing scheduled on May 20th, 2025, scheduled for 2 days in Mr. Restelli's case.
Any objection?
No objection.
So noted, thank you.
Just so we don't have to worry about that any longer. Are you aware that there was a preliminary hearing that took place in relation to your mom, Tracey, on May 20th?
I'm aware that she had a preliminary trial. Yes. I do not remember the day.
Sure. And so this letter, now we have it exhibited before us, was before that date of the prelim, right?
Correct.
And as you see, this letter is an offer for a settlement, right?
Yes.
And is it your understanding when this letter was presented to your attorney, it says, "Dear counsel," that this was in and around the time that you were preparing yourself to cooperate to then tell your story of the events surrounding the death of Matt?
Yes. Excuse me.
Thank you. I don't think that was you, but thank you. And it takes a lot of work for a prosecutor to put on a case for 2 days, right?
Correct.
Object to speculation.
You see a lot of work being done for, thank you, I'll accept the objection. You see a lot of work that's being done by the state presenting this case today, is that right?
I can assume so.
Yeah, they have lots and lots of exhibits.
Yes, they do.
They have a binder full of stuff for people to look at, the jury, myself, yourself, the court, correct?
Yes.
Doesn't take 10 minutes to put this kind of stuff together, does it?
No, it does not.
Right. And so the state made an offer prior to your preliminary hearing and prior to the time that they had to present these exhibits for the preliminary hearing, correct?
Say that one more time.
I can't, I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm gonna have to rephrase it.
okay.
No, I didn't think this was asked and answered. She said the date was the 16th. We have an admission that the preliminary was on the 20th.
Do you remember what you did on May 20th?
I was taken to court and I met with Judge Griffin in his chambers, and forwent my right to a preliminary hearing.
Thank you. In the law, we call it a waiver. Is it true that on May 20th, you waived your right to a preliminary hearing?
Yes,
And did you waive your right to a preliminary hearing because of this offer that you received from prosecution?
I did.
And you did not have to go through a preliminary hearing and endure the evidence that they were going to present to the court at that time?
No, I did not.
But you did know at that time that you waived your preliminary hearing, the evidence that they were going to present on your case. Is that right?
I was given discovery, yes.
And so you knew the evidence they were going to present at the preliminary hearing.
Not all the audio or picture files, but yes, the discovery.
You certainly were aware that you had taken texts and you had done your texts and you had sent them to Tracey and Terralyn and you had taken copies of phone recordings, and you know of that, right?
Yes, I did.
And you knew that the police had that.
Yes, I did.
And in this letter, it indicates that you're currently charged with murder, conspiracy to commit murder, obstruction of justice, commission of DV in the presence of a child, counts 4 and 5. A little further down on that page, if we could. And so you were informed that that's where your charges, which you already knew of, correct?
Yes,
And now the agreement by the state on what the plea offer would be, correct?
yes,
Which was murder from a first-degree felony to a second-degree felony, conspiracy to a second-degree felony, which remained, and then felony discharge of a weapon, first-degree felony, right?
correct.
And in May, you knew that you were going to have to provide, in the month of May, a statement to law enforcement and the prosecution to preserve this offer.
Yes,
And you were able to prepare for that. And how did you prepare for that? Did you talk to your attorney?
yes,
And you talked to your attorney so much that he came up with a proffer letter, which is Exhibit 1, right?
yes.
And the proffer letter was drafted on or about June 6th,
Correct.
which we have seen before. And that gave you a couple weeks to speak to your attorney, to get the story of your recollection of the events surrounding the death of Matthew prepared for enough to speak with prosecution, right?
Yes,
So you had a couple weeks between the plea offer, you had a couple weeks between the offer, and then you had 6 days until your actual interview, right?
yes,
And your purpose before May 16th, before your preliminary hearing, you had told your attorney, I want to give the truth.
yes, I did.
I want to have justice for my children and for Matt.
Yes, and his family and his community and everyone involved.
You actually didn't say that at the time. You actually said the truth and justice for Matt and your children, right?
That was my main reason, yeah.
And so you had a lot of time to prepare and to recall and to remember all of the events surrounding this.
Correct?
And during the interview on June 12th, the prosecution asked you questions.
Yes, I did.
Based on that interview, you ended up entering a plea.
I did.
And in the plea, you pled, as shown here in this report, this letter, to murder and conspiracy and felony discharge, right?
Correct.
And then after the plea, the court set it for sentencing. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you know what the benefit of pleading to these 3 charges would be as opposed to the 5 charges that you were charged with originally?
No.
You didn't.
I knew that some charges were removed. I don't know what every charge carries.
When you pled, were you aware of the benefit of, well, let me ask this question. I've striked that. Did you know that when you were pleading to the 3 charges in this letter that are indicated right there, that you would be going to prison?
Yes, I did.
When you agreed to this, were you in prison?
No, I was not.
You were actually in Utah County Jail, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
You were in Utah County Jail for how long? 8 months, 10 months?
11 months.
11 months, thank you. And so in your 11 months, you knew that your time in jail in the county would stop at some point if you took this plea,
Yes,
and that you would be changed to a prison inmate rather than a county inmate. Isn't that right?
correct.
And that wasn't a real question for you. You knew that was going to be the case if you entered that plea.
Yes, I knew I was going to prison when I got arrested.
And that was my question. My question was, when you entered your plea, you knew that your entry of the plea of those 3 charges would require you to go to prison and not remain in the county jail.
Yes,
And did you know what the time difference between those 5 charges you were charged with and those 3 you were pleading to would be in difference to how many years you'd spend in prison?
as far as I knew, life was always on the table.
So you are under the impression today that you are going to be in prison for the rest of your life.
No, I am not.
So when you just said, I know that life is always on the table, what do you mean by that?
In Utah County Jail, when I was given this letter, I knew that I was going to be charged with the felony discharge of a firearm, and that's a felony 1. And the felony 1s carry a life sentence.
It's a 5 to life, right?
I am not sure of what the parameters are, but I know it carries a life sentence.
It's just life. You'll go to prison for the rest of your life, right?
I
You'll never
presume
get
so.
out, will you?
As far as I'm aware, a life sentence is 35 years.
Oh, who told you that?
Inmate.com.
Who?
Inmates, other inmates, I've heard that they say a life sentence is 35 years.
And that's what your attorney told you too, that you'd spend the rest of your life in prison with this plea, didn't he?
He did not tell me I would spend the rest of my life in prison, no.
Then why are you saying it now?
Because I knew it was on the table. I knew it was an option.
Do you remember testifying at the trial previously with Kevin?
I do.
Do you remember talking about how you knew how many months you actually were going to spend or years you were going to spend based on this plea?
That is a guideline. Yes.
Do you remember saying that?
Yes, it is guideline.
I'm sorry. The question is, do you remember telling the jury at that trial how many months and or years you presume you'd be spending in prison?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell that jury that you'd be spending life in prison?
I don't recall whether I told them that or not.
Okay. This will take me some time, Your Honor.
That's fine.
This is a transcript of your testimony at the trial of Kevin Ellis. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Oops. With transcripts at the end, are you aware that the transcriber will put in the words and when they appear in the transcript?
No, I am not aware of that.
Would you like to see it?
If you think it's necessary for me to see it.
Your Honor, this moment of objectives is outside the realm of her knowledge of how a transcript works. And
I
there's
think she's already
nothing.
told us that she doesn't know, so I think that's on the record.
And what does that page describe?
W words and Y words.
And so those have numbers next to each word, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
What do you think those numbers indicate?
You said that it indicates how many times it is said.
If I told you that it indicates the page and line of each page in which that word was said, would you have any reason to disagree with that?
No, I would not.
If I told you that this page under Y has the word years, would you have any reason to disagree with that?
I saw that on the page.
You did. Okay. So now I'm going to go into the years because we seem to have a lack of memory here. And do you know why I'm doing this?
Not a clue.
Because
No.
you said you don't remember telling the jury in the Kevin Ellis case how many years you anticipate staying in prison. You're asserting to this jury that it will be for life.
Actually, Your Honor, may we approach?
Of course.
Kate, I'm going to show you a document.
Okay.
Can you pull up the matrix? Does that look familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
And what does it look like to you?
It is a page from my pre-sentence report.
And when you have this page from your pre-sentence report, what is it indicating?
It is interesting. It is the criminal homicide matrix.
And when you were sentenced, was this matrix used in your sentencing?
I believe so.
Were you aware at any time before your sentencing that this would be an approximate amount of months and or years that you would spend in prison?
Yes.
Yes. So you were informed before sentencing that your plea deal would have a matrix that would come out to this amount that's right in front of you, isn't it?
Correct.
And in that box that you see squared off, I would ask for the court to allow this as exhibit number 3, defense number 3.
No objection.
Good, thank you. So noted.
And to publish, Your Honor.
We'll publish it.
In the box on the bottom, there's a squared amount of MOS. What does MOS mean to you?
MOS is indicated for months.
And in your sentencing report, how many months does it say the board would have? Well, how many months does it say is the approximate time that you would spend in prison?
For that one charge, 108 months.
And you have been telling us for your first degree, 5 to life, right?
I believe so.
That is not calculated here. Is that your understanding?
That the life isn't calculated?
That your 5 to life discharge of a firearm, first degree felony, is not calculated here. Is that right?
Not on this page, no.
And where is that calculated?
There's a little box with, this is active convictions. And then if you go across, it says time, and there's 108 twice, plus 72, for a total of 288 months.
And so is it your understanding that you're going to spend 288 months?
Yes, if the board allows me to be released.
Do you remember saying something completely different to the prior trial?
No, I don't.
Do you remember saying that you had spent about 11 years in prison, but it's up to the board?
That was before I was fully knowledgeable in how the board works.
Do you remember saying that to the jury?
Yes, I do.
But you now, once again, are changing your testimony?
Because I have new knowledge of how the board works, and I have spoken with my case manager in prison.
And you didn't know that at the time that you accepted your plea, did you?
I didn't know what.
Of the new knowledge you now have.
No, I did not know that.
Matter of fact, when you set your plea, you were looking at the 108 months, weren't you? As a guideline for the board to review.
When I set my plea, the guideline was 288, but I knew that life was still on the table. I knew that I could still spend a possibility of life in prison.
Why did you not tell the jury in the Ellis trial that?
Maybe the question wasn't asked in the way that I understood. I'm not sure.
Judge, I'm going to ask you to take a break. I don't want to waste the jury's time watching me look through papers. I'm going to ask you to take a break.
Let's take a recess.
All right, for the jury.
Mr. Faceberg, did you see maybe your papers on the floor? You might
Yeah,
want-
I thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, counsel, we'll be in recess until Mr. Faceberg found the information that we need. Thank you.
All right.
Your Honor. Kate, is it fair to say that you know more now than you knew 3 months ago about your prison sentence?
Yes.
When were you sentenced?
I don't recall. I don't remember.
Do you remember the month?
September,
September.
I believe September.
So you've had an opportunity to be in the prison system for September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April, 8 months, right?
Yes.
You have an opportunity to learn a little bit more about life in prison and about your sentence, right?
Yes.
But there's certain things you know now that you didn't know at the time that you were negotiating for a plea resolution, right?
Correct.
And what I'm asking you is what you knew at the time of negotiating for your plea, did you know and think about your sentence to be? Do you understand that?
Yes.
And although it might be a little different than what you know now, it is certainly relevant to talk about what you thought at the time of not only the negotiation for your plea, but the actual sentence of your plea and the amount of time you'd be serving. You understand that?
Yes.
In the offer letter, you would get the offer to plead to murder from a first degree to a second degree. Correct. And you understood the difference between a second degree and a first degree.
Yes,
Was it explained to you by your attorney?
it was.
A second degree has an indeterminate sentence of 1 to 15 years, whereas a first degree felony, and if it's murder, is 15 or even 20 years to life in prison, right?
Correct.
So you moved from a 20 to life to a 1 to 15 in your indeterminate sentence. You knew that was going to be part of the plea bargain that the government gave to the person who lured Matt to his death, right?
Yes.
And some included that you would plead to some other things, and one of them had to be conspiracy.
Yes.
They're saying that if you want to deal to get the reduction, then you've got to plead to conspiracy too, right?
Correct.
Now, with conspiracy, you understand, he ran all this through your lawyer, right?
Yes.
And he would have provided you good assistance, wouldn't he?
Yes.
And I think he told you, he understood, he answered all your questions, and you thought you understood the legal process and the fact process and the plea bargaining process, right?
Yes.
So with these other offenses, again, they're reduced. Now, the felony of discharge of a weapon, that says felony 1, right?
Correct.
Now, felony 1 is a 5 to life, right?
Correct.
However, there are matrices that give you an idea, at least, of what kind of sentence might result from one kind of plea, right?
Correct.
And in reality, even though that third degree felony, number 3, first degree felony, even though it's F1, 5 to life, your sentencing at the board, the matrix that's going to mostly apply is a second degree murder, right?
I'm not sure on that fact.
You've got a matrix that applies and it shows the likely sentence might be from the Board of Pardons at various offense levels, right?
Yes.
So as we have the matrix before us, you can publish that, please. At the time of negotiation, at the time of plea, at the time of sentencing, after discussing matters with your lawyer, matrix, it's working.
It's just slow. It's like
Oh, there it came. After working with your lawyer, what we're talking about in terms of time is if you're down on the matrix, as there being a pre-sentence report, which is prepared and your lawyer speaking to this, as you indicate, there's a score of 108 months, right?
Yes.
That's because you were allowed to plead to a second degree that resulted in death, right?
Yes.
And you were shown that if you were given a first degree murder, that it's 11 years, that 11 years goes to 240 months, right? Which would be on the matrix to your left of that box. Do you see the 240 months, first degree murder?
I do.
And what is the months in that?
240.
So that matrix gives you an idea, and your lawyer talked to you about this, and it gives you an idea of the difference between murder and a second degree felony that you're allowed to plead to.
Yes.
But there could be a board meeting and a board hearing where the parole board actually varies from one extent to another.
Yes.
And people can come and talk at those hearings and ask that your sentence be longer than 108 months, right?
Yes.
And people can come and say that she did a good job testifying. And as a state of Utah, we think she should get some consideration for that, right?
It's possible.
And they can actually help you out with that for you to get 100 months, for you to get 108 months later. The government can help with that, right?
Yes, if they saw fit.
And so at the time of negotiation, at the time of plea, at the time of sentencing, it was your understanding that you are moving from a murder, 240 months, to a second-degree death, 108 months. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Now, today, you don't agree with that. Is that right?
I'm agreeing.
You are agreeing. And so your board review of 108 months is still standing, isn't it?
I will see the board. I have a tentative board hearing in June of 2036.
2036.
Yes, sir.
Which is approximately 108 months.
I'm not sure on the math. It's 10 years from now, 11 years.
120 months would be 10 years, right?
I don't know.
10 times 12, 120?
Sure.
So 120 months?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. A lot different than the 240 months if you're convicted of murder.
Correct.
So there is a great advantage to enter into the plea in which you did enter into, isn't there?
Yes, there is.
And you took advantage of that by cooperating to tell the truth, right?
Yes.
It virtually cut your sentence in half, didn't it?
I'm not sure of the math on that.
Well, 240, that's 20 years, right?
If life is still on the table, there's nothing cut in half.
240 is 20 years, right?
Yes.
Thank you. And you said you have a board date in 120, right?
Yes.
And the recommendation on the matrix is 108, right?
Correct.
And you've essentially cut your sentence in half, haven't you, with that plea offer?
On that charge, yes.
Well, on that charge, it's 108, not 120. Says it right there, doesn't it? 108.
I have 2 charges of 108 and 1 charge of 72 months.
And your 2 charges are concurrent with one another, aren't they?
I'm not sure how the concurrent and consecutive work.
If I told you that concurrent means they go as you're sentencing at the exact same time, would you have any reason to disagree with that?
No.
If I told you in your plea statement that you made, it talks about concurrent, meaning the time goes at the exact same time with one another, would you have any reason to disagree with that?
I was under the assumption that 2 run concurrent and 1 runs consecutive.
Do you remember my question?
No.
My question was about concurrent. Do you remember me saying the word consecutive?
No.
Because I didn't. So,
Object argumentative.
thank you, Josh. So in your plea statement, it describes the difference between concurrent and consecutive, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
And in concurrent, it describes your sentence as concurrently would, not does, but would concurrent run together at the same time.
Correct.
Right? Which means if you had a 1-year sentence and another 1-year sentence and it was concurrent, you would do 1 year on both charges, correct?
I believe that's how it works.
And in your plea statement, which you signed, didn't you?
Yes, it did.
And you read, didn't you?
Yes, it did.
And it tells you all of this, doesn't it?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. And then it says consecutive would be 1 sentence, and then when you're done, the other sentence, right?
Yes.
Okay. And on this matrix, it says on your second-degree death, 108 months, right?
Yes.
But you know that consecutive sentencing, you know now that consecutive sentencing has a percentage attached to it, don't you?
I believe so, yes.
And you know that that percentage, even consecutive sentencing, which is one after another, doesn't go the whole term, does it?
I had that explained to me, yes.
Yeah. It just gives a percentage of that term, right?
Right.
Yeah. Do you know what that percentage is?
40%, I believe.
Is that because you read it at the very bottom of these little words right here?
No, I was remembering from my memory.
That's because that's what you've learned since you've been at the prison for a while, right?
No, I remember that from my meeting with my attorney while I was still in Utah County Jail.
And at the time of the trial with Kevin Ellis 2 months ago, you're expecting the 108 months to be a good range of time you'd spend, but not a perfect amount of time you'd spend. Isn't that accurate?
Yes.
Kate, I want to go back in time a little bit now to June and May of 2025, okay?
Okay.
I'm sorry. I need to take a drink. I apologize, Your Honor. No, take that there if you want. Smart water helps. Tracey, at the time you went to speak with the prosecutor.
I'm not Tracey.
Sorry, I apologize. I did not mean that intentionally. Kate, at the time that you went to speak with the prosecutor and the investigator, June 12th, were you prepared to tell the truth?
I was.
Do you remember how that event occurred? How did that conversation occur?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Well, we have this picture. It shows you and Mike Brown. There's Mike in the back of the courtroom. You and Mike Brown on one side of the table, right?
Yes.
And then on the other side of the table is our prosecutor friends and then the investigator, right?
Yes.
And how did that conversation transpire? Did they ask questions or did you just say, hey, I have something to tell you?
I believe they asked questions.
And did you respond to the questions?
To the best of my ability, yes.
Did you respond truthfully?
To the best of my ability, yes.
Did you find that during your questions with them that they were telling you things that they thought were true?
I believe so.
And were you telling them what you knew to be true?
Yes, I was.
And during that conversation with them, did you tell them about whether or not there was a plan to hurt Matt when you left California?
Yes, I did.
And what did you say? Do you recall?
I believe there was no plan to hurt Matt when I left California.
You believe there was no plan. Indeed, you said there wasn't any plan at this point to hurt Matt.
Correct.
So I need to get my dates right. On June 20th, right? There was no plan to hurt Matt.
Correct.
But there had been a conversation about a plan or about hurting Matt previous to that. Is that right?
As a figure of speech, possibly. Yes.
As a joke.
It's a joke until it becomes true.
Didn't you refer to it as a joke?
I thought it was as a figure of speech. Yes.
When did you start to realize that there may be a plan to hurt Matt?
About a week and a half after being at my mom's, give or take a couple days.
And what did your mom say?
She said we could get him out here and we could shoot him and have it look like self-defense.
So do you remember in that interview that you actually said, my mom just mentioned ambushing him? Like if he came out, like because of the state of Utah laws. I don't remember things like that. It was in passing. It was like she said it as a joke.
Yep, that's what the transcript says, and that's what I said.
Were you telling the truth that day?
To the best of my ability, yes.
Yeah. Did you find that during this interview, you started changing your ideas on the events to satisfy the narrative of the investigator?
I don't believe I changed my narrative to satisfy the investigator.
And why would you say during this first interview, when this is your first chance to just tell the truth, that you said a week after you came that your mom talked about an ambush, but it was in passing and it was like a joke? Were you lying?
No, because no, I was
Is that the
not lying.
truth?
I remembered a lot even after the interview.
So you're saying what you were saying to the prosecution was not the truth that day?
To the best of my ability, I was trying to recollect the truth.
You said it more than once, that your mom said it in passing as a joke. But like I said, my mom mentioned it in passing as a joke. Are you saying that that's not the case now?
It may have started as a joke, but it ultimately became the plan to murder Matt.
Well, I didn't ask about what it ultimately became. I asked about when you said she first mentioned it a week after you got there, that she said it in passing as a joke.
Yes.
And then you doubled down saying, well, like I said, my mom said it in passing as a joke.
What I assumed was a joke, yes.
Were there any details in that first conversation with your mom, or did she just not have any details?
I don't recall.
You don't recall any details about hurting of Matt?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
I asked if you had any details of that first conversation with your mom a week after you got there that you referred to as a joke. Were there any details about how to hurt Matt? What the way to hurt Matt was?
I think it was always shooting him.
Do you recall if that was the conversation in that first conversation you had with your mom about it?
No, I do not recall.
Do you recall testifying to the court today, or not today, yesterday, about the knife?
Yes, I do.
About how your mom showed you the knife?
Yes, I do.
About how you didn't touch it? Your mom showed it to you?
Correct.
It was in a glove or something?
Yes.
In a wicker basket in the laundry room?
Yes, it was.
Do you recall talking about the knife when you were with the prosecution and the investigator on June 12th?
No, I do not.
Do you remember saying that I just grabbed it? And I was like, I don't want to touch it.
I never grabbed it. I went to grab it and then I thought, oh, I'm not touching that.
Do you recall saying it was a really short conversation? She showed it to me and I don't know where. There was so much else to the conversation. And then they said, what was your response? And you said, I just grabbed it. And I was like, I don't want to touch it at that point. So here we are, still a week out from coming in. I think so. Do you remember saying that?
I don't remember saying that because I know that for a fact that I never grabbed the knife.
Then why did you lie to the prosecution and to the detective saying that you grabbed it?
That may be a misprint, honestly, because I never grabbed the knife. I thought about it. And when I went to grab it, I said, nope, I'm not touching that.
So you had the first time about a week after you got to Utah saying that your mom was going to ambush or hurt Matt or something. You said it was a joke. When was the second time?
I don't recall.
When was the next time?
There was many little conversations about it.
little conversations about it?
Yes.
Like what kind of details?
Like that I needed to say that Matt liked digital camo because the knife was digital camo and Matt owns nothing in camo to make the story plausible.
Are you making this up today?
No, I'm not.
When the question was asked, when was the next time that she made a comment to you about hurting or anguishing Matt? Do you remember what you had said at that June 12th interview?
No, I do not.
When he decided to come out to pick me up. So you said at that initial interview, because you were being honest and you wanted to be honest, didn't you?
I was doing my best to be as honest as possible.
You wanted to be honest, didn't you?
Yes.
And you were doing all you could to be honest with the detective, right?
Yes.
And they asked, when was this next time that she made a comment about it? And you said the day he was coming out. And do you remember what day that was?
What day he came out?
Mhm.
Yes, he was murdered on July 12th.
So the next comment that she made about it was on July 12th, according to your truthful testimony to get the plea agreement, right?
If that's what it says, yes.
And on that day, you told her by text that he's coming out, right?
On July 12th?
Yes.
Yes, I did.
You texted he's coming to California, he's coming to Utah.
I believe so. Yes.
We have that as an exhibit, right?
Yes.
You've seen that text, right?
Yes.
And what did she say?
I don't recall what she said. Should we open the binder?
I think she said, I'll call you.
Okay.
Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Do you remember when you were asked about that with the detective in your interview?
No, I do not.
I told her, I said, Kevin's on his way. And she said, oh, okay. Was this a telephone conversation you had with her after? You told her that Kevin was coming or Matt was coming?
Yes.
And we've seen the reports of the telephone conversation, right?
Yes.
And what did she say when you told her? Did she say, I'm coming home?
On the phone call?
Yeah.
Yes, she said that she was coming home. She was finishing up her appointment that she had, canceling her appointments that she had in the afternoon, and that she'd be home in the early afternoon.
And then you said she seemed ready to do it.
She did.
Why did she say that?
That she seemed ready to murder Matt?
Oh, yeah, why did you say she seemed ready to do it?
Because she seemed ready. She seemed like she was preparing herself mentally to pull the trigger if she had to.
Okay, that's not what you said in the interview. In the interview, you said, because they said, why did she say that? You said, because she was prepping the house. She was putting blankets on the couch. So you talk about a telephone conversation you had with her, and then you automatically revert to many hours later where she's prepping the house. And so you said she seemed ready to do it.
She did.
So why did you say she seemed ready to do it at the telephone conversation?
I don't recall what was said in the telephone conversation.
Isn't it true that
Per word?
Isn't it true that at this point in your conversation with the detective that they were getting frustrated with your lack of insight to this case?
I cannot speak on how they were feeling.
Didn't you hear them say their frustration with you about lack of insight and being honest during this interview?
I don't recall them voicing their frustration, no.
Did she discuss any other logistics with you that day?
Logistics as far as what?
The killing of Matt,
On how it was going to happen?
the logistics, yeah.
Yes. On who was going to pull the trigger, where Kevin was going to be, where she was planning on being, where Rory and Jacob were going to be, yes. Where my children were supposed to be, yes.
Do you remember what you said to the police officer on June 12th? When asked that exact question?
No, I do not.
Did she discuss any logistics with you? And your response was, I don't think so. Remember saying that?
If that's what it says, then that's what I said.
There wasn't really much like how it was going to happen. Remember saying that?
We talked about where Kevin was going to be.
No, you didn't say that. On this day of the interview, you said there wasn't really much like how it was going to happen. She kind of left me in the dark with that. Remember saying that?
I don't remember saying that, but if it's written, it must have come out. of my
Do you
mouth.
acknowledge you said that?
Yes.
And this is the day you're there to be as truthful as possible, right?
To the best of my ability, yes.
And this is the day that the prosecution had all your text messages available and they had opportunities to question you about your story on how this homicide of Matt occurred, right?
Correct.
And then right after you said, she left me in the dark. Then they asked, like Kevin was going to be downstairs and I was going to be upstairs. Is that what she told you? And you said, yeah. You said she was making preparations. What other preparations? She removed my kids' toy baskets. in front of the fireplace. My son steals toys. And so she moved those into the garage so they'd be out of the way. Remember saying that?
Yes.
But she didn't talk to you about what was actually going to happen in relation to his homicide, did she? I mean, you said she left me in the dark on that.
I'm going to object to vague. Is he asking for what she said then, or is she asking for now?
What she said then.
All right, let's rephrase it. So you understood what you said then. I'll let you.
Say that one more time, please.
Do you recall on various occasions talking to Matt on his way to Utah?
I do.
And do you recall what you're talking about when you're what to do when he arrived?
I do.
And do you recall asking him multiple times if he was going to come inside?
I do.
Why did you ask him that?
Make sure that he came inside.
Do you remember what you said to the detective or prosecution when you were asked that question?
No, I do not.
Because I wanted to have a conversation with him.
Is that the detective the night of?
Yeah. Do you recall having asking him multiple times if he's going to come inside? Yes, I do. Why did you ask him that? Because I wanted to have a conversation with him. Isn't it true that the first idea of luring Matt to the house through these conversations and these text messages and all of these things came from the detective and prosecution, and that you never had an idea of your luring until they presented that narrative to you?
I knew I was luring him to Utah. I didn't acknowledge it.
You acknowledge it after your plea when you got a reduction in your sentence, though, don't you?
Yes.
And you acknowledge it when you're here today, don't you?
Yes.
But you didn't acknowledge it when you're being as truthful as you could, right?
Yes.
Until it was first presented to you that you were luring Matt to Utah.
Yes.
Did you want Matt to come to Utah?
No, I did not.
So the whole idea of luring him to Utah had nothing to do with any plan. Your plan was to keep him in California and avoid him, right?
I wanted that as an option. Yes.
What was your other option? To murder him?
A peaceful divorce.
Okay, then it wasn't to murder him. It was to keep him in California and a peaceful divorce.
That would have been the happy ending.
What did you think was going to happen when Matt finally said, I'm driving the truck at 250?
I knew what it meant.
What did you think was going to happen when Matt decided to drive to Utah?
I knew it would end in his death.
Really? Do you remember what you said to the detective and the prosecution on the day you were going to be your most honest because you wanted to be honest? Do you remember what you said?
No, I do not remember.
I honestly thought she was going to let me talk to him. Remember saying that?
No, I don't.
Who is the she in that sentence?
Tracey.
Yeah, you thought that Tracey was going to let you talk to him, right?
On some level, I guess. Yes.
Thank you. Because that's what you really thought, didn't you? You thought you would have to have that very, very awkward conversation about divorce, right?
She told me not to come downstairs. She
I'm
told me.
I'm asking what you thought. I'm asking what you thought. I honestly thought she was going to let me talk to him. Are you being honest when you're saying that? I mean, you started it with honestly. I mean,
Unfortunately, I don't think I was being 100% honest. when I
you
said
weren't.
that. No, I don't think so, because
So-
I know for a fact that she was going to kill him.
So when you went there and spoke to them, you decided you're going to go there and lie to them.
I'm sorry?
When you went and spoke to the prosecution and the detective on June 12th, you decided that you're actually going to go and lie to them.
That wasn't my intention.
That's what you're
how it
saying
came
right
out.
now. Isn't that what you're saying right now?
Yes, that wasn't my intention, but that's how it came out.
I honestly thought she's going to let me talk to him. And then they said, what do you mean? I didn't think that she would ambush him like that. Is that a lie? Were you lying on June 12th on that one too?
Honestly, I didn't think that she was going to ultimately kill him. I didn't think
Thank
that
you.
she would actually pull the trigger. I asked her not to do it that day, and she told me she was going to do it anyway.
Do you remember my question?
Nope.
Objection,
I'll
Your
rephrase
Honor.
I'll restate my question.
Lack of foundation calls. Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation calls for speculation. Unintelligible. I don't understand.
Was that a lie? I didn't think that she would ambush him like that. Was that a lie?
Yes.
So you actually went to the state and to the detective to lie.
It wasn't my original intention. That's how it came out. And maybe I was being stupid and trying to protect my mother and my brother
Protect them from what?
from life in prison.
Why? You're going there to testify and to provide them the information of their involvement in the murder. So how are you going there to protect them if your purpose was the opposite? That doesn't make sense, does it?
No, it doesn't. You're
Then why are
right.
you saying that?
Why am I saying what?
That you went there to protect Kevin and your mom?
Because on some level, they are still my family. And as the time has progressed, I've learned things about my mother.
Okay, so let's get back to the question. Why did you go to the prosecutor, to the detective, through your lawyer, through the proffers, to protect your mom and your brother when your purpose was to go there to tell them that you conspired to murder Matt?
Because I wasn't thinking.
Okay. I thought that I would be able to at least talk to him and have a little conversation with him. I'm trying to get to you, Kate, is you're telling the truth here. You actually did think you'd have an opportunity to have a conversation with him, didn't you?
No, I did not.
Even though you said it 3 times to these detectives, to these prosecutors.
And I also said it.
Asked and answered
Just
several
ask
times.
this, let's move on.
However, you had talked to your mom earlier or later that day and asked to not go through with it, didn't you?
I did.
You said that. Told her you didn't want to do it, right?
Yes.
So when you told her you didn't want to do it, you thought you'd be able to have at least a chance to talk to him, have a conversation when you told her, I don't want to do it, right?
I didn't think that I would be able to talk to Matt. Not in person.
Do you remember
anyway.
the question? I mean, I know you want to always answer the way you want to
Objection,
answer.
argumentative.
I think it's argumentative.
Then I ask that she be instructed to answer the questions and not to give her narrative of whatever she wants to narrate about.
So you would ask the question, ask you what question you want to ask.
Yes, Your Honor.
So isn't it true that you wanted to talk to Matt and that's why you said to her, I don't want to go through with it?
No.
Then why did you say it to her?
Because I didn't want him to die.
So you didn't want to talk to him, but you didn't want him to die.
Correct.
So you didn't want to have a conspiracy to murder him. You wanted to retreat from that.
Yes.
Thank you. At 9:17, you texted your mom, right?
AM or PM?
AM. July 12th, 9:17, right?
Yes.
And then she said, I'll call you, right?
Yes.
And then at 10:45, so it was like an hour and a half passed away, right?
Okay.
Do you remember that conversation?
Yes, I do.
And what did she say?
I'd have to open the binder.
No, the telephone conversation.
She said she was coming home early.
Mhm.
She was canceling her appointments and that she'd be home.
Do you remember saying, she said, don't worry, we'll handle it. Just don't worry about it.
Sounds plausible. Sounds like something she would say. Yes.
Is it something you said, she said?
Yes.
And did you indicate you were troubled and upset because you didn't want him to come out?
I believe so. Yes.
And right at that point is when the prosecution and the detectives were just sort of fed up with your lack of accountability, weren't they?
Object to speculation.
Sustained. It's argumentative. So.
And right at that point, they said,
I'm going to object to hearsay if he's going to quote something said at this point.
didn't they say to you, we need you to be truthful?
I believe so.
Why did they say that, do you think?
For that exact reason. They
Well-
needed me to be truthful.
Well, you had just spent 11 pages on talking to them. Why are they now saying you need to be truthful?
I don't know.
Well, maybe it's because you said that I only had,
I'm sorry, get this right.
Objection, he's testifying. He's just speculating as to what her reason is for her answer.
Yeah, it's sustained.
thank you. Do you think they asked you to be truthful because they weren't believing your story?
Quite possibly.
They weren't believing that you said, she said it as a joke? Do
I'm not sure what they were not believing.
you think it's because you said, she said, don't worry about it, it will be okay?
I don't know.
Do you think it's because you said, honestly, I wanted to talk to Matt and I didn't want it to happen?
I don't know.
Do you think that they said that because they had a conspiracy charge and they wanted you to confirm the conspiracy charge?
More than likely.
Yes. And so you started changing your story at that point, didn't you?
I'm not sure.
Including today, changing your statement.
Being more truthful, yes.
And including the day of the Kevin Ellis trial, when the last thing you said on one day was, really didn't talk to Kevin. And then the very next day you said, oh, I had a full conversation in the lawn right after sushi. Right?
Is that a question?
Yes.
Yes.
And when they said to you to be more truthful, they asked, you didn't have a plan in place. Right?
I believe so.
They said, but you had to do something with the plan for him to come out. And you said, right? Do you remember saying that?
Not off the top of my head, but if that's what's in the transcript.
So
yes.
you knew that to be correct. And do you know what you said to that?
No, I do not.
You said, yes. And they wanted, I want to hear it. And you said, yes. Their narrative for you to comply with. Correct?
Yes.
Yes. At one point, you had to tell them, I'm being honest with you. Remember that?
No, I don't.
I'm being honest with you. And that's what happened. If I told you you said that, do you have any reason to disagree with that?
No.
And then they said, you keep saying I didn't want him to die. And then you said, I didn't. Is that a lie?
No, because I didn't want him to die.
It was at this point where they used the word lure. Do you remember them using that word with you?
Yes, I do.
And is that when it clicked in your mind that I did engage with him and lured him to the house?
That's a strong possibility.
Do you remember them asking you then, what is your role in this murder of Matt?
I don't recall that, but I'm sure it was
It's
asked.
the very end of your interview. And then you offered getting him to come out.
Yes.
And when did you and your co-conspirators decide that was your role? When she first offered the ambush?
More than likely.
That's not true, is it?
What's not true?
Well, you said previously the ambush was a joke. You didn't know what your role was when you said it was a joke? How would you know your role when you said it was a joke? You didn't know when your role is. Do you know what the right answer?
Okay. Slight issue. Fuck. Slight issue. Hang on, I need to switch some stuff off here. Hang on, people. Okay. Right, we're back. Like, I will say this, right? This had nothing to do with the 400 odd tabs I had open. Nothing whatsoever to do with that. So, the only way I could get back in was to delete everything. So, I need to clean my. All right, let me close some tabs down because this is ridiculous how many I have here. It says, do you want to delete all 254? I was like, yep, please. And then deleted everything. So let me get that back up for you. So I literally was stuck. I couldn't do anything. I couldn't move. Right. Let me do this. No, I'm crying. Bye, bye, Miss Mary. I don't even know how Lady dies. Why do you have? I had 254 odd Edge, and I had I don't know how many in Google Chrome, and then my private Norton one. I have no idea how many I had there either. It was a nightmare. So. No, I wasn't messing with sport. Well, actually, I was, because I was opening, not to blink at, but I opened Kat's link that she sent me to download it, and then it all went nuts. Also interesting, the day 3 of the trial does not start until 3:30 today. I'm not sure why that is. We might find that out at the end. But yeah, so all you cheaters in the class, I think I'm in the right place. Right, I've cleared everything out, I think. And let's do this then. Let's do it this way. For this trial, Robin G. For this trial. Oh no, so it's 2:30 Utah, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So yeah, it's 2:30 Central Time that they will be live from. So in the afternoon. Anyway, here we go.
So when did you know your role?
I'm not sure.
Isn't it true? It was July 12th. That's the only logical answer, isn't it?
That's when it was solidified.
And you talked about it with her, about your role before that.
Yes.
Even though in this interview you said you didn't talk about any logistics.
Yes.
Do you see you're contradicting yourself, Kate?
I understand that.
Here's a second picture. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That is, I believe, the second interview I had with Detective Nordine.
Same day as your interview, right?
Is it the same day? I know that I had a follow-up interview with Detective Nordine.
Do you consider these to be the same day?
Yes.
And so after you concluded your interview with Detective Nordine and the prosecution, there was a break in the interview.
Hang on. Let's go back a second because Dave's a whinge like fuck. Did I skip a little bit? I think we've gone. I think it's ahead of us. I don't think we've. I think it's ahead of us.
So you did know your role when it was a joke from your mom?
Yes,
You knew your role a week after you got to Utah when your mom joked about the ambush because your role was to get Matt out, right?
that would have been my role, yes.
Yes.
But she sure couldn't get him out there.
No. And you did everything you could in those next 2 weeks to get him out, didn't you? You hired him a car, didn't you?
No,
You bought him an airplane ticket, didn't you?
no,
You had his friend's neighbor's sister drive him out for you, didn't you?
no.
Then how would you know your role? When did you know that he was coming to Utah?
On the 12th?
Exactly. You didn't know your role when she first made the joke about an ambush because the only time you knew of that potential role would have been the 12th, right?
No.
So you did know that you were going to lure him to Utah before the 12th.
In the context of a joke, yes, I would have to lure him out.
So when did you know your role?
I'm not sure.
Isn't it true? It was July 12th. That's the only logical answer, isn't it?
That's when it was solidified.
And you talked about it with her about your role before that.
Yes,
Even though in this interview you said you didn't talk about any logistics.
yes,
Do you see you're contradicting yourself, Kate?
I understand that.
Here's a second picture. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That is, I believe, the second interview I had with Detective Nordine.
Same day as your interview, right?
Is it the same day? I know that I had a follow-up interview with Detective Nordine.
Do you consider these to be the same day?
Yes,
And so after you concluded your interview with Detective Nordine and the prosecution, there was a break in the interview, wasn't there?
I believe so.
And then you waited, and then at least Detective Nordine came back in to talk to you again. Do you
Yes,
remember that?
yes, to ask follow-up questions.
This was after you came to be truthful, right?
Yes,
And after you said your story in the beginning, right?
yes,
And after they then had to remind you, you're here to be truthful, right?
yes,
And then after you said, I'm being honest, right?
yes,
And then you came back for your second batch of conversations. And you started talking about Matt and the things he had done to get better, didn't you?
I don't think I know what you're talking about.
Stop drinking.
Yes, for 2 weeks.
Yeah. So while you were gone, Matt made an attempt to improve himself.
Yes, that's what he claimed.
You just can't say yes, can you?
Nope.
Why?
I don't like the,
To being honest?
I do like being honest.
Why don't you just say yes? Why is it hard?
Because I feel like you're not telling the whole truth.
Just reading your words, Kate. Do you believe that?
Yes,
Thank you. And isn't it true when you came back after your round of interview and came back with the detective, you said like at this point it was solidified that he was going to be murdered. And they asked what time? Do you remember when that time was?
no, I do not.
You said 2:10. Why would you say 2:10?
I was assuming the time.
I misspoke. You said like at this point it was not solidified that he was going to be murdered. Do you remember saying that?
No, I do not.
And what time was that? And you said 2:10. Do you know what 2:10 was referring to?
No, I do not.
It's referring to July 12th, wasn't it?
I believe that's what it says.
Well, do you have any reason to disagree with it? Did you say, I was super happy and stopped drinking?
I was hopeful, yes.
Did you say, I was super happy that he stopped drinking?
Yes,
Thank you. And were you being honest about that?
yes,
And isn't it true that you said at 2:10, it was not solidified that he was going to be murdered?
yes,
And then a little bit later, you talked to the detective about the hotel money that your mom offered.
I'm sorry?
You talked to the detective about the hotel money your mom offered.
Oh,
Do you remember that?
yes,
And your mom offered to let Matt stay at the house, right?
she told
Is
me.
that a yes?
She told me to tell him, yes,
Yeah, okay. So your mom offered that, right?
yes,
Thank you. Your mom also offered, instead of staying at the house, that she could provide a couple $100 for hotel if needed, right?
yes,
Your mom also indicated she knew he had driven 10 plus hours, right?
yes,
And that if you're leaving right away, there might be a hotel maybe in St. George that she would provide for, right?
yes,
Your mom knew that he was coming for a long drive, right?
yes,
And you said, I feel like at this point it was 50-50. Didn't you?
yes,
So even after the texts about the hotel, after the texts about staying at the night at the house, at that point you're being honest and you still felt like it was 50-50 whether or not he was going to be murdered, right?
yes.
That means there really isn't an agreement at this point, is there? It's still 50-50.
To my understanding, yes.
Which is quite different than your story earlier in your testimony, that it was always the plan, that it was going to happen, it's for sure going to happen. But the day you're going to be truthful, until you started getting questioned about your truthfulness and had to come up with an idea of your luring, did you start changing your story to the narrative of the detective? Isn't that true?
Yes.
Sorry. We ended yesterday's testimony with my question regarding your contact with Kevin. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Excuse me. And the last question, virtually, asked in your testimony, the question was asked, did you have any interactions between him, meaning Kevin, between 3 and 9:30 or 3 o'clock, 3 to 10? And what was your answer? Do you remember?
No.
You said, I don't believe so. So specific question, what was your interaction with Kevin between 2:30 and 9:30 or 3 to 10? And do you have any interactions? You said, I don't believe so. And then that was the end of the day, wasn't it? The end of your testimony that day.
Yes.
Yeah. And then the very next day you came to court, right?
Yes.
And then you came up with a whole new story, didn't you?
Came up with?
Yeah. You testified about a whole new story, didn't you?
I shared the details, yes.
You testified about a whole new story, didn't you?
Objection asked and answered.
I don't think she does answer it, Judge. She gives a narrative and then I don't know. I lose it on the narrative.
I think she's asked it.
So was that a yes, Your Honor? Did she say yes?
I thought she said.
Okay, yes. And the new story that you're saying, your new testimony is that now you had a meeting in the yard area, front or back, I don't know which, with Tracey, yourself, and Kevin after they get back from sushi, right?
Yes.
Never told that to the prosecutor on June 12th, right?
Right.
Never told it to the prosecutor on your first day of trial, did you?
I don't believe so.
No, you even ended by saying, I didn't have any interaction with him, right?
Yes.
All right. But you got a chance to sleep on it. During your interview, when did you decide that you had a meeting with Tracey and Kevin in the yard after sushi?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
When did you decide you had a meeting with Tracey, Kevin, and you after sushi on July 12th, 2024, the day Matt was murdered?
When did I decide? I'm not sure I understand why you're using that question or using that word.
You didn't decide to tell people of it during your interview on June 12th, right?
I'm going to object as vague. When did you decide to tell or when did you decide?
I think you changed your question. Let's rephrase it so we know what you're asking.
Well, I didn't say, when did you decide to tell, Judge? Because, so now I'm going to make some argument. I didn't ask, when did she decide to tell? Because we all know when she decided to tell. It was the next day at court. My question was, when did you decide?
When did you decide what?
To tell the story that you said the second day of court.
All right, we'll say that question so it's clear what you're asking.
When did you decide to tell the story about a meeting between you, Tracey, and Kevin in the yard after sushi?
I don't recall.
But you would acknowledge your time and interaction with Kevin was minimal, right?
Yes.
Did you ever have an occasion to talk with your mom about Kevin in March of 2024?
I believe there was text messages about Kevin's mental state.
And was there a conversation about Kevin being one to kill Matt?
Yes.
Was that done jokingly?
I don't believe so.
So you think in March, before Matt even came to Utah, before you even left to go to Utah, before you found out about you're not doing Las Vegas, and right after Disney, you think it was serious?
Yes, I do.
Even though you said it was a joke on June 12th.
Did I say that the March one was a joke?
Well, the question was asked. That's a good question, even though you're not allowed to ask me questions, but that's a good question. You were asked, what was the context of that conversation? You said just simply that. It was sad. She was talking about Kevin feeling, how Kevin was feeling. And it was, again, she made it sound like, what do you think I'm going to say?
A joke?
Yes, like a joke. And then a few seconds later, she's like, well, Kevin's sad and he'll take care of it if you need him to take care of it. As a joke, right? I mean, it's time to be honest, so.
What she was thinking was probably a joke, but I knew that she was serious. And I know that I shared that information with Tara Lynn, and we both thought
I
it was
can't
very
talk for
sad.
Tara Lynn, Your Honor, and I asked that she not talk for someone else. She can only talk for herself.
That's her saying, only talk about your case.
I know when I spoke with Tara Lynn that I thought it was very sad.
And you considered it a joke.
I don't think it was a joke.
Okay. At that time, you were sending texts like, I hate Matt, right?
Yes.
I can't stand having kids with him, right?
I believe is I hate the fact that I have kids with him.
Right.
Yes.
The detective said, at this point, do you still think it's a joke? This is June 12th. He's following in on the joke. Or do you think it's getting a little more serious? It's getting a little more serious, you said. So he even asked, do you think it's a joke? And he said, it's getting a little more serious. At this point, so if we're still a week out, what do you know of her conversations with Kevin? And do you remember what you said?
No, I do not.
A week out. I don't know of any conversations with Kevin. Were you lying to him?
I was not a part of any conversations between my mom and Kevin.
Well, you know of a conversation between your mom and Kevin on the day of sushi when you had it in the yard that you decided to drop a bomb during the last trial.
Yes, that is true.
Weren't you just really being honest here when you said that?
In which?
When you said, I don't know of any conversations with Kevin.
No, I don't believe I was being honest.
Your testimony yesterday, you talked about Kevin being downstairs watching video on the couch when all the prep for the murder was to take place, right?
I don't believe that's what I stated.
What did you state?
That he was downstairs on the couch watching movies when Matt was said to arrive, not during the prep of the house.
Do you remember being asked, did Kevin watch mom make any of the preparations?
No, I don't remember that question.
And do you remember what your response was?
Nope.
I don't believe so. I think you
Sorry,
still,
I'm just gonna ask for clarification on when
I'm sorry,
that question was being asked.
June 12th, the day she was before the prosecution and the detective, to be honest. Remember that conversation?
No.
You remember that day and that conversation with them, right? Not the
I
specific
remember
one.
having that conversation, yes.
Yes. And you said, I don't believe so. I think he was still upstairs in his room. Did you see Kevin that day? Do you remember what your response was?
My response was no.
Your response was, in passing. Not in the front yard having a conversation about the murder. On the day you're there to be most honest, on the day you're clinching your plea.
You know, I'm gonna object to, I'm gonna
Yes.
strike that.
And that was the day in which you were clinching your plea, wasn't it?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
You were there for the interview based on the information you provided the prosecution to clinch your responsibilities related to your plea, to provide them a statement of the truth.
Yes.
And you said, I saw him in passing. Correct?
Yes.
They followed up with that. How did he seem? So now they want to know, like, is there anything else that happened on that day? The day Matt's driving out to Utah? You know, we really want to know what's going on that day.
You know, I'm gonna object to that, and ask that be stricken. speculate into any of our intentions.
I think you need to talk on it.
And they said, how did he seem? I'll accept it. And they said, how did he seem? And do you remember what you said?
No.
He seemed fine, like normal, like any other day. You remember saying that?
No, I don't remember saying that.
Do you agree you said that?
Yes.
He doesn't have kids, so my kids are a lot.
Yes, I remember saying that.
And so he just keeps to himself and just avoids me and my rambunctious kiddos.
Yes.
And then they said, what was his demeanor? Was it different after sushi? So they really get on the line here, don't they?
Yes.
We want to know about after sushi, don't they?
Yes.
Do you know why that's important?
No.
Well, would you acknowledge that this would be your first opportunity to have a face-to-face with your co-conspirator murderers once you find out Matt's on his way? Right?
My first opportunity?
To be face-to-face with your co-conspirators.
Yes.
Because mom's at work, isn't she? When you found out Matt was coming from California.
Yes.
Yeah. And so they asked. And then do you remember what your response was when they said, after sushi?
No.
You said, no, I don't think so. His demeanor wasn't different. Did you see him after sushi? Maybe. Isn't it true you said maybe?
If that's what's written, yes.
He seemed fine. Isn't that true?
Yes.
I mean, we approached briefly.
He seemed happy. Ask. So during your interview, June 12th, you voluntarily come forward to be honest. They ask you about after the sushi between mom and Kevin. And they said, did you see him? And your response was maybe. Is that accurate?
In what's written, yes.
And what you said,
Yes.
is that accurate? And you also said he seemed fine. Is that accurate?
Yes.
He seemed happy. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Sorry. All right. Judge, I just taking the whole room here, sorry. Sorry, Judge, I misplaced.
Take a moment and just check your notes. You're fine. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to stand up and stretch a minute while Mr. Place check his notes, then you're welcome to do that. We won't do a formal recess because this is just a minute.
My pictures. About Kevin, right?
Erin Hattree drives a bus, yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hattree drives a bus all day long. Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P, 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 Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P is lovely. Josie and Murph Turf, they aren't as lovely. Fuck around and find out I'm joking, they're lovely.
Twinkle, twinkle, little snitch. Mind your own business, you fucking nosy bitch.
And then further, there was a lot of questions that the detectives and the prosecution had about Kevin, right?
Yes.
And the reason they had questions about it was because we all know Kevin is the one who shot the gun, right?
Yes.
And so they want to know, obviously, what your communication with Kevin is like. So they asked those questions, didn't they?
Yes.
And they said, tell me everything about that part of it. And do you remember what you responded to by saying?
No.
You said, I didn't talk to Kevin that much. Remember that?
Yes.
And they asked, so anything else that was said about that? And you responded, the conversation between my mom, between Tracey and Kevin, I really don't have much knowledge of.
Correct.
Is it?
Yes.
Well, you certainly had knowledge about some alleged meeting in the yard where Kevin agreed and you had a conversation about it.
Between the three of us.
Yeah. Is there something you didn't know about Kevin as a result of this case?
I had no idea he used cocaine.
Indeed, Kevin was under the influence of cocaine the night of the shooting. Isn't that true? It's okay to just give a one-word answer, yes or no.
Yes.
Thank you. And when Kevin came out and shot your husband, the father of your children, he was under the influence of cocaine, wasn't he?
Yes.
Kate, isn't it true that you came to prosecution to be honest?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you were going to present to them your honest statements of what you knew best?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you were going to come to them with your best ability of memory?
Yes.
Isn't it true that in your first interview with the detectives and the prosecution that you gave them your honest answers?
No.
Now you're saying you lied.
I wasn't 100% truthful, correct?
Isn't it true that you came to them and informed them that you didn't have communications with Kevin during that June 12th interview?
I'm sorry, what's the
Isn't it
question?
true? I'll restate.
I'm going to object to ask and answer.
Isn't it true, Kate, that your versions of the events have constantly changed based on the narrative that the detective was informing you of the conspiracy?
No.
It has not changed?
I don't agree with the word constantly.
Okay. That it is numerous times changed to conform with the narrative of the detective for the conspiracy?
No.
No. Isn't it true that Kevin just decided to remove from your life the hardest part of your life, being Matt, and he came out and shot Matt?
I'm not sure I understand the question that you're saying.
Isn't it true that you built up this fear of Matt amongst your family when you came to Utah?
My family had first experience.
Is that a yes or a no, Nate? Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Isn't it true that Kevin knew you were fearful of Matt?
Yes.
Isn't it true that Kevin felt an obligation to protect you from Matt?
Objection, speculation.
Speculation.
Isn't it true that Kevin sent you a text advising you that he would protect you from Matt?
The word protection was never used.
What did he use?
He said if, I don't recall the text message, but he said that he could be home,
He could be home. And what did you think that implied?
that he would be there to protect me, not necessarily shoot Matt, but to protect me.
Thank you. And it wouldn't be to shoot Matt because he didn't know that was going to happen, right?
Not in that instance.
No. And that instance, thank you. That instance was when he was in Wendover, right?
I believe that's where he was.
Yeah. And he was in Wendover while you were in Utah.
Yes.
And so when you say not that instance, you're actually contradicting yourself because you say the whole time you were in Utah, it was the plan to kill Matt.
No, that's not what I stated.
Okay. And that while he was in Wendover was when you had the conversation about him not using the word protect, but you felt it as being a protection, right?
From day one, he was going
Yes.
to protect me.
That Kevin said, I'll be back in case Matt comes, right?
Yes.
He never had to say that before, did he? You can say no if that's the truth.
On the very first night I got there, Kevin told me that he would sleep on the couch. Because
So Judge, I would ask that you strike this because she is not answering the question.
It's non-responsive. We need to ask the question, answer the questions asked you. So re-ask the question, please. Mr. Fisher.
Your understanding of that text was that Kevin was going to be a protection for you when Matt came to the house.
Yes.
And isn't it true that when he was in Wendover, Matt was not coming back at that time?
Correct.
So your inclination or your statement that him shooting Matt is just not an accurate statement, is it?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
I think it's a poorly phrased question. I'll retract. When Kevin was in Wendover, you were texting with Kevin, and we've seen the texts in this trial, correct?
Yes.
And part of those texts was he offered to bring you weed, didn't he?
I asked him to bring me weed, yes.
So that's a yes.
He didn't offer to bring me weed. I asked him to get it.
Okay. Because at that time you're still smoking daily.
Yes.
Didn't have your trailer though, did you?
Nope.
So you're just still a daily smoker.
Yes.
So much so that at one point Kevin had to send you a text saying, "Hey, I smell it," right? In the house.
Yes.
Yeah. And isn't it a fact that Kevin was there to be your protector because of the fear of Matt that you presented to your family?
Yes.
You presented it to Tara Lynn. Is that accurate?
Yes.
You presented it to Tracey.
Yes.
Physical fear, right?
Yes.
And you presented it to Kevin.
Yes.
And based on that fear is why Kevin shot and killed Matt. Is that right?
No.
Oh. He didn't do that based on your fear of Matt?
No, he did that on the basis of getting rid of him.
On the basis of what?
Getting rid of him.
Okay. Because a divorce would just be too hard, I guess. Is that your answer?
Yes.
One moment, Your Honor. Okay, I have no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Brennan, I believe you indicated you had some brief redirect.
Yes, Your Honor, briefly.
Thank you.
Okay, you were just talking with the defense attorney about your marijuana usage.
Yes,
You testified yesterday that the marijuana usage caused you memory issues. Is that correct?
yes.
And did marijuana cause you to make up memories?
I don't know.
Or just make things fuzzy?
It makes things fuzzy.
It doesn't create memories in your mind, does it?
No.
You were also just asked just a second ago, divorce would have been too hard, right?
Yes,
You were asked extensively yesterday by Mr. Facemeyer about Tracey's several divorces and how those seemed fine, right? Remember that line of questioning?
yes.
You talked to a divorce attorney.
Yes, I did.
It wasn't just Google, as you were asked. Google wasn't your lawyer, was he?
No,
You talked to a lawyer.
yes, I did.
And you told the lawyer about your financial situation, right?
I did.
About your DV conviction, right?
Yes, I did.
About all the concerns that existed, right?
Yes.
And how'd you walk away from that consultation feeling?
Defeated.
Was divorce an option?
In my head, no.
The recording of that call, you sent that to your mother, didn't you?
I did.
I may have misspoke yesterday, so I want to correct this. The recordings of you and Matt on the phone, did you record this with your phone or with your iPad?
With my iPad.
While you were on the phone with him?
Yes.
Okay, so those recordings would come from the iPad.
Yes.
Thank you for clarifying that. The defense asked you a question kind of towards the end that your story has changed several times to conform to the narrative of the detective. I want to break that up. Has your story changed over time?
Yes, it has.
Has it changed to conform to the narrative of the detective?
I don't believe so.
Why has it changed?
Because I remembered things differently and I want to be more truthful.
Would you agree that in June of 2025, when we first met, would you agree you minimized your involvement in the case?
Yes, I did.
Would you agree you minimized Kevin's involvement?
Yes, I did.
Would you agree you even minimized your mom's involvement?
Yes.
Why?
I believe I was attempting to protect them and not realizing that I was actually hurting myself.
Okay. Would you agree that even up through the first day of Kevin's trial, you minimized Kevin's involvement?
Yes.
Why?
Again, I wasn't thinking and I was trying to protect him.
You feel bad for Kevin?
So what we're hearing here is you minimized it, so you lied. You've lied every step of the way. So why should we trust whatever you are saying right now? You've minimized everything. So you're still lying now. Oh fuck.
Yes.
Why?
Because he put his life on the line to protect me from what he thought was a threat.
Thank you. Any recross? Thank you. All right, Mr. Restelli, you may step down. Counselor, can I see you up
Thank
there
you.
for a moment, please?
Okay, so yeah, at the end of today, I need to restart my computer because it's not good. Right, what's happening here? He comes back here.
Tracey Grist is 241101170. Ellis, I'm going to have them put you over in the jury box there.
Thank you as well to Lady Di for the coffees. I appreciate that. Mexi would pay good money to see that ass shaking. To restart every day. I restart every 6 months, Robin G. Every 6 months or so. So just want to leave it here for a second, just for Dave Umberger. He says that he fancies this judge, so want to make sure he gets a good look at this. So, okay, Dave, I think that's plenty of time for you to tug one out. So there you go.
All right, Mr. Williams, as you probably just gathered, your client is present in the courtroom. He's sitting in the jury box right now. I'll turn the time over to the state and then to you, and then Mr. Facemeyer, if you have anything you wish to put on the record. Who's taking over? Is it Mr. Palmer?
I'll take this one, Judge. Thank you. Your Honor, as the court knows, Mr. Ellis was a named co-defendant of Ms. Grist. He has already had his trial where he was convicted. The state would be interested in calling Mr. Ellis in this case. However, we have been informed by Mr. Williams' attorney that Mr. Ellis will assert his Fifth Amendment privilege and to not testify in this case. We previously discussed in motion work, specifically citing Mangrum and Benson on Utah Evidence Rule 804, that a valid claim of privilege by a privilege holder or a representative on his or her behalf is sufficient to establish unavailability. So the main reason we are here today, Judge, is I believe we can have Mr. Williams assert the privilege on Mr. Ellis's behalf. He can make whatever proffer he wishes to make about that. I do suggest that we have the benefit of the record here, and the court then just simply ask Mr. Ellis if that's accurate, that he intends to assert the privilege Mr. Williams will assert on his behalf.
Mr. Williams.
That's correct, Your Honor. I've informed Mr. Ellis of his rights. He is currently perfected a notice of appeal in his particular case. I believe he clearly has a Fifth Amendment right that he can assert, and consistent with my advice, it is his intention to assert that Fifth Amendment right in blanket fashion. He would assert that to any question asked of him by the prosecution or any other attorney in this proceeding.
Thank you. Is that good? Is the state offering any immunity, or Mr. Pomeroy?
The state is not offering immunity, Your Honor, but for the record, it's my understanding that in the hypothetical case that were we to offer that immunity, Mr. Ellis would still elect to not testify, even if the court ordered him to do so. And I believe, again, that Mr. Williams could proffer that.
Mr. Williams.
I believe that would be the case. I appreciate and agree, however, with the state that is the invocation of his Fifth Amendment right does not require them to then provide immunity and subject him to the potential penalty that might be associated with a contempt finding, and that we are not to that stage, and appreciate not having to get to that stage. But were they to provide immunity, yes, my understanding is, now this would not be related to my advice, of course, but that he would not answer questions anyway.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Ellis, do you wish to abide by your client's, or excuse me, your attorney's advice and assert your Fifth Amendment rights?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. All right, the record reflects Mr. Ellis is asserting his Fifth Amendment rights as advised by his counsel. Anything else you wish to put on the record, Mr. Pomeroy?
We're good for now, Judge. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Facemer, anything on behalf of the defense you wish to put on the record?
Nothing, Judge.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. All right, anything else we should discuss before we recess for lunch today?
Can I approach?
Can I be excused?
Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Williams. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Yeah, counsel, come forward.
Yeah, I'll do that too after. Thank you, Your Honor. As the court knows, we previously filed a motion to admit certain evidence subject to Rule 804 for when a witness is unavailable. We're asking the court now, based off of the invocation of privilege, to find that Mr. Ellis has asserted his Fifth Amendment privilege, and Mr. Ellis is now an unavailable witness pursuant to that rule and its exceptions.
Mr. Facemer, anything from the defense?
Nothing, Your Honor. It's been briefed and discussed and anticipated how it goes outside.
All right, thank you. All right, so as the court had discussed with the parties in chambers on the first day of trial, with us moving to this point today, I will find that the defendant is an unavailable witness based upon his exercising of his Fifth Amendment rights in totality. I think there's a few cases that allow us to move forward with the proposed testimony or the recording that we're going to use that I've referenced. And also getting to that point is U.S. versus Small 605 F3D 765, and then Salt Lake City versus Rocky Chad Williams, that's 2005 Utah Act 493, discussing the use of these out-of-court statements that were made by Mr. Ellis. So with that in mind, that'll be the order. The court won't be a written ruling as much as we're in the middle of trial. I think it's pretty clear where we are at this point. Anything else, Mr. Palmer?
Could we please release Mr. Ellis from his subpoena?
Any objection, Mr. Facemer?
No objection.
All right, so Mr. Ellis will be released from his subpoena as well. Anything else we need to put on the record before we take our lunch break?
No, Judge.
All right, Mr. Facemer, anything else from you for the record? Anything else you need to put on the record before we take our lunch break? I'm good. All right, the doors will be open about 1:15. I'll see everybody back just before then with the goal of starting at 1:30. We're in recess.
All right.
So we're obviously skipping a lunch break, obviously, but I thought that the defense are doing very well so far, in my opinion. Of the attorney so far, anyway, I like him. I'm not saying I'm always going to like him, but so far he's done well. I would think as a juror that the sister, whatever her name is not a very reliable witness. And currently, I would say that she was more than likely the mastermind behind it all. Yeah, you know, that's my opinion. Question here: are you going to watch day 3 after this? It starts at 1 p.m. The problem I have is if I do that, then I can't play it on Monday. If you know what I mean. Oh, go on. I'll play it then, because if I don't, then I'm going to have a pissed off Erin Hack. So, yeah, I'll play it after this then. All right. I will create something and I'll play live tomorrow. Sorry, yeah, Monday then. I will play live tomorrow then. Okay, I'll do that. Okay. Wait, what day is it? Thursday today. Yay. Huh? Lol. Did I hear they are playing video of him? Yes, they will play video of him, yes. Am I supposed to be working? I know it's Thursday today. We'll play that today. So, and I'll play it live then on Friday, tomorrow. We'll play live tomorrow. So I actually do enjoy this stream. The only trouble is we can't skip stuff, you know, and I do like to play it at a faster speed. I like it, you know, short and fast is the way I like it, you know. And I also like it, you know. Anyway, doesn't matter. We will do that. I'll set the stream up ready. So,
Presiding. Please be seated. We have all our jury back. Counsel, let me form a couple cases, then I have some questions. State versus Grist, case 241101170. What's the plan for this afternoon, Mr. Otavi?
You want to take it? Go ahead. I'll be taking the first witnesses there, Judge. The plan is to take Officer Guerra, then the medical examiner, Dr. Ho, then the DNA expert, Rachel Williams, and if there's time at that point, we would take Diane Restelli.
Right. Anything else you need to put on the record, Mr.
No, Your Honor. If I may put on the record, Your Honor, only that the court remembers the issue of the autopsy photos. We're using the same photos as Mr. Ellis's trial. We've already reviewed those with Mr. Facemeyer.
All right. Any objections? No. All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. Let's bring the jury in then.
So we will be playing this live, then day 3 this afternoon, then tomorrow will be live. Monday is my birthday, but because obviously I'm wrapped around all your little fingers, I will be streaming on my birthday because that's the way I am. So, did they say ho? You caught that?
Oh, thank you very much. What's this?
Welcome.
Whale, what?
Welcome.
Welcome. I'm sorry, honey.
They're not serving
so
whale
sorry,
semen.
baby.
I've got it. Thank
Of course, because it's 420. My birthday is 420, so Dave and Hippie Chick are going to be very, very high.
Seated. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, I'll be a pleasant lunch. We're going to jump right back into it. Mr. Elroy, I'll let you lead off with your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Officer Guerra.
Officer Guerra, if you come forward, please. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the laws of the state of Utah that will be perjury the testimony given this matter cannot be true, in fact, so help you God. Counsel, do we need this easel up during this testimony?
I think at this point, Your Honor, we can take it down.
Let's do that, please.
Excuse me, Judge. Were you needing this newspaper or was counsel needing this?
Mr. Facebook, I believe that's his exhibit. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Officer Guerra. Would you please inform the jury of your name?
David Guerra.
Thank you. And can you spell your last name for the record?
Guerra.
And I know I called you an officer and we can make assumptions, but tell the jury where you work.
American Fort City.
As a what?
As a patrol officer.
How long have you been a certified law enforcement officer?
A little over 3 years now.
Okay. And were you a patrol officer in July of 2024?
Yes.
Okay. And what does it mean to be a patrol officer?
Patrol officers take calls for service for any citizen within our jurisdiction.
And that could range from a crime to a medical emergency to welfare check.
That's correct.
Lots of different things, right?
Yes,
Okay. Were you on duty July 12th, 2024?
I was.
In that evening, were you called out to reports of a gunshot?
Yes,
About what time was that?
a little after 10 p.m.
Did you write a report about that incident?
I did.
Did you review that report before coming to court today?
Yes.
In fact, you've already testified about this in another case, haven't you?
Yes.
Does your department issue body cam to patrol officers?
Yes.
Were you wearing a body cam on July 12th, 2024?
Yes.
And did you review that footage?
Yes.
And the state identified a file as Exhibit 41. Had you had a chance to review that before today as well?
Meaning the body cam?
Yeah, your body cam.
Yes.
Okay. And was that an accurate copy of your body cam?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, move statements into evidence, Exhibit 41, Officer Guerra's body cam.
Any objection, Mr. Facemeyer? Thank you, so ordered.
Thank you. And we'll play portions of that in a minute. I have a few questions first. Okay. So let's just slow it down a little bit and talk about when you were called out to the scene, okay? Do you recall the location you were called to?
Are you specifying like an exact address?
Just whatever you remember.
I was dispatched to a high density housing in American Fork.
Okay. And high density housing. So what type of houses were they?
Townhomes.
Townhomes. Do you remember if they were attached townhomes, detached townhomes?
They were attached townhomes.
And how many in a unit?
I'm not for sure.
If I suggested it was a triplex, does that sound correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the particular unit you were called out to, did you eventually determine who lived there?
Yes.
Who lived there at the time?
The defendant, Miss Grist.
Okay. And did Ms. Grist live there with anyone else?
Yes.
Who?
In this matter, it would have been her son, Kevin Ellis, and her daughter, Kathryn Restelli.
Do you recall whether any other children had lived in the home at that point in time?
Yes, it would have been Kathryn Restelli's 2 young children.
Okay. So this is just for context. And you can just tell me in kind of general terms. What was the information you had when you responded? What was in your mind?
I mean, the initial call was that a neighbor who shares the same wall, or the walls are connected with the complainant, stated that they believed that they heard multiple gunshots coming from Miss Grist's townhome.
Okay. Do you recall the name of the neighbor who called in?
Her name was Caitlin, I believe.
And do you know where Caitlin lived in relation to Ms. Grist?
Just adjacent, right next door.
Was that one of the adjoining 3 in the triplex?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you got there, were you the only officer or did other officers arrive with you?
I had 2 other officers arrive at the same time as me.
And who was that?
Officer Neal and Officer Laycock.
Okay. When you arrived, let me back up. Apologize. Do you remember whether you were told about whether there was a suspicious truck in front of the home?
Yes, the complainant stated that she stated there was, quote, a sketchy truck outside in front of Miss Grist's home.
And did you look for that truck when you arrived?
Yes.
And was it there?
It was.
Did you make any observations about the truck?
I noticed that the hazards were on and that there was a piece of cardboard underneath it.
Okay. Would you please publish to the jury the first clip of his body cam? Okay. Yeah, pause it. I'll tell you when to start over. So we're going to start over because the screen didn't quite get it. But before we do that, do you see a date and time stamp in the top right corner?
I do.
Are those accurate dates and times for the body cam that your department issues?
Yes.
Okay. If we could start it over so the jury can see the whole thing. Okay, so that was that truck. Please put on exhibit 27. This was previously admitted. Is this that same truck?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I assume after this you approached the actual home?
I did.
Okay. And as you approached the home, did you make any observations of note in your mind?
I noticed that most of the home, meaning the exterior of the home, was dark. The porch light was not on. However, there was a light inside the home that was on, believed to be somewhere in the kitchen area, so in the rear of the home.
Okay. Please put on exhibit 42. You'll probably want to pause it until the jury screen has it.
Did you say 42?
I apologize. Yes. 42 is a still image, so if you just put 42 on. Okay. This is a still image of your body cam. Is this what the house looked like when you first arrived there?
Yes, it is. I apologize. The porch light was actually on at this time.
That's perfectly fine. So from the exterior, their porch light was on. And as you can see from the photo, you can see the front room. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the front light was off there.
Yes.
But one of the rear lights in the kitchen was on.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm jumping ahead slightly, but after whatever was done that we'll get to in a second was done. Did officers document the scenes through photographs?
Yes.
Okay. And that was after first aid and some other things that happened, right?
Yes.
Okay. Could we show 51? Okay. Do you recognize this one?
I have not seen this photo until today.
Okay. But is this a photo of that residence?
Yes.
Okay. But it is slightly different than how the residence was when you first approached.
That's correct.
But other than the lighting and a few of those issues, it is the same residence.
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, the state moves into evidence exhibits 42 and 51.
Any objection? Submitted, thank you.
Now publish 51, please. Okay. And you'd agree this is a clearer shot, but the lighting is not the same.
That's correct.
All right, let's take that down. We'll talk a little bit about your entry into the home. I assume that you got into the home.
Yes.
Okay. So what exactly did you do when you got to the front door?
I knocked on the door.
Did anyone respond?
Yes.
Who responded?
Kevin Ellis.
Did you say anything to Mr. Ellis?
I introduced myself, and it appeared as though Mr. Ellis was in a lot of stress. And I asked him multiple times what was going on.
Okay. Do you recall if he said anything, and if so, what he said?
He very quietly said he had a knife.
And I'm assuming this would have been recorded on your body cam?
Yes.
We could publish the second clip from his body cam.
RP's on 112.
How's it going? What's going on? Can I come in? What's going on? What's going on?
Is that the part of the body cam where he said that the guy had a knife?
Yes.
Okay. You obviously, at the end of this clip, entered the home. There's a body, so please take that down. Okay. The end of that ended with you entering the home, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When you entered the home, did you make any observations?
I noticed the victim face down on the floor.
Okay. Did you make any other observations at this exact point?
I noticed that in the right hand of Mr. Restelli that there was a pocket knife.
Okay. Is Mr. Restelli the name of the man whose body you saw?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember his full name?
Matthew Restelli.
Okay. Did you check on any signs of life on Mr. Restelli?
I did.
Okay. How did you do that?
I went in his neck area to see if I could feel for a pulse.
Did you feel a pulse?
I did not.
Did you observe any breathing?
No.
Please play clip 3 from the body cam.
Where is she? What's going on?
He came into the house. My daughter's here. This is for my daughter.
Okay, can you step outside, please? Will you get medical? Ma'am, go outside. Go outside, please.
There's a daughter.
Yeah, don't touch it. Hey, call. RJ46, we have a man down. He's possibly echo.
What does possibly echo mean?
In police terms, there's no signs of life.
You called for assistance, but acknowledged there was no signs of life.
That's correct.
And in that body cam, we heard a woman's voice say a couple things, one of which is he came into the house. Whose voice was that?
That would have been the defendant today, Ms. Grist.
And we saw in that body cam video a knife. Is that the knife you were referring to a moment ago?
Yes.
Okay. After you checked on Mr. Restelli's body, did you do anything else?
Yes. I, in a very loud voice, called out who I was, meaning I was a police officer with American Fork, and that if there was anybody else inside the home, to make it known.
And did anyone respond?
Yes.
Did you eventually learn who it was that was responding to you?
Yes.
Who was it?
That would have been Kathryn Restelli.
Okay. Did she obey your commands?
Yes.
Did she say anything of note at that point?
As she reached the landing, she immediately broke down in tears. I asked her if there's anybody else on the second level of the home, and she stated that her 2 children were.
Okay. Were those 2 children eventually found upstairs in the home?
Yes.
Was she escorted out of the home at that point?
Yes.
Okay. After Ms. Restelli, I guess we have some overlapping names. So to clarify, Kathryn Restelli, after she was escorted out of the home, do you recall checking Mr. Restelli's pulse a second time?
Yes.
Okay. Play clip 4, please. Put that back up, I'm sorry. Briefly pause it about halfway through. Okay, right there. Very quickly here. There's a knife in Mr. Restelli's hand, correct?
Yes.
Up until this point in time, had anyone disturbed or moved in any way the knife in Mr. Restelli's hand?
No.
Okay, we can take that down. After Mr. Ellis and Ms. Grist and Ms. Restelli were removed from the home, were you asked to do anything else?
I was asked to start CPR on Mr. Restelli.
And to administer CPR, did you have to move his body?
Yes.
Did you have to move the knife in his hand?
Yes.
Was that you who removed it?
Yes.
Where did you place it?
I placed it on a kitchen counter that was behind me.
How long did you administer first aid to Mr. Restelli?
Less than 2 minutes.
And to clarify, you were the first person to start that process.
That's correct.
Did it appear to you that anyone had attempted to administer first aid to Mr. Restelli prior to you?
No.
Why not?
Just with my experience, I have performed CPR in multiple individuals, meaning being the first person to administer CPR. And when you first start CPR, you will hear some bones crack in the sternum. And that is what I heard. And as you continue to do CPR, the chest gets, per se, flatter. But again, I heard the cracking of the ribs and the sternum. And then as I was continuing my chest compressions on Mr. Restelli, I felt as though I was getting lower into his chest. And yeah.
Please play clip 5.
Compressions? Yes. Compressions.
Take that down. Thank you. So that was the clip of you removing the knife and then beginning CPR, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Before you removed the knife, did you or another officer document that knife in a photo?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall who it was that did that?
That was Officer Laycock.
Okay. Can we show the witness exhibit 43, please? And then just the witness. Can you see that on your screen?
Yes.
How do we approach? Sorry. Mr. Pomeroy, I think that got cut off.
Asking me to remember the question, Judge. That's right, 43. Do you see exhibit 43 on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. Is that's a photo from or a still frame from your body cam, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If we could show the witness exhibit 44. That is not from your body cam. Is this one of the photos taken by Officer Laycock?
That's correct.
And it's an accurate copy of that?
Yes.
Your Honor, may we please admit exhibits 43 and 44?
Any objections to Mr. Smart?
Okay, if we could publish 43. It's on. Now, if you could please move to 44. Now, we previously admitted exhibit 22. Could you show 22, please? And officer, this is the knife you placed on the counter.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, we can take that down. May I approach the witness? Thank you, Judge. Officer, I've handed you what we have identified as State's Exhibit 46. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the pocket knife that was just shown, and the same pocket knife that was in Mr. Restelli's hand.
So this is the actual physical knife.
That's correct.
State moves into evidence exhibit 46.
Any objection, Mr. Pacebar? No objection, Your Honor. Thank you, so admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Judge, we'd like to publish this to the jury. How would you like us to do that? We could have.
Same way we did it last time. Why don't you hold it and you can walk right through down and show it to them. Let's not pass the mic back.
Okay. May we invite the jurors in the back row to stand up for that?
Gentlemen, ladies, please stand up. Maybe walk around to the other side so the back row and that one can see it easier as well, please.
Your Honor, could we invite any juror that wants to see it a little bit more to raise their hand and I'll walk by again?
Does anybody need to sit closer? So please raise your hand. All right, thank you. Please be seated.
Just one more question about that knife. Do you see some pink handwriting on it, on the blade?
Yes.
Do you recognize what that handwriting is? What it's identifying?
In all honesty, I do not.
That's fine. But other than that pink writing, is it in the same condition as it was on that night?
Yes.
Could we please put exhibits 43 and 44 back on the screen? And publish as well. There we go. Okay. Did you make any observations about the position of the knife in Matthew Restelli's hand?
It wasn't until after things were cooled off, meaning when tensions weren't so high, when the adrenaline wasn't running. Yes.
Okay. And what was that observation?
That the knife was, meaning the blade was pointed towards Mr. Restelli.
Okay. Does that have any significance to you?
Just with the circumstances after hearing that Mr. Restelli was presumably coming to maybe, quote, burglarize the home, and that he was, shot in self-defense from Mr. Ellis. I believe the knife could have been pointed a different way, meaning in a more aggressive way.
Okay. The knife, I mean, you have it right in front of you. Does it have essentially a hand grip or a finger grip or anything on it?
I do observe a hand grip.
Okay. Given how you would have expected a knife like this knife to be held, does that match how it's actually being held in this photo?
Yes.
Okay. And in the photo, you just think that the blade is turned not in a direction you would have expected?
Yes.
Okay. We can take that down. After the paramedics had taken over the first aid, did you do anything else on the scene?
Yes. I exited the residence so that the paramedics could have their space and perform life-saving measures. During that time, I exited the residence and got out some yellow caution tape and set a exterior perimeter of the residence.
Okay. And other than the perimeter, was there anything else you did on this case that night?
Later on during the investigation, I was approached by another detective to re-enter the home, to go onto the second level along with Ms. Restelli to gather the children.
Okay. And anything else?
No.
Okay. And we previously discussed that the scene was documented in photos, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you would recognize those if we showed them to you?
Yes.
Okay. And you could describe some of them if we showed them to you?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have it. I move to admit exhibits 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, and those were all accepted. Just to make this easier, I'm now moving to admit in a batch exhibits 47 and then exhibits 51 through 85.
Any objection to that?
Your Honor, those were discussed prior to being introduced and are stipulated.
Thank you, Mr. Pacebar. So ordered.
Thank you both. Please publish 47. Okay. Sorry, wait a moment. No, you go ahead. We're waiting for the screen to show it. Okay, there it goes. What is this an image of?
This is the common area or the living room of Ms. Grist's home.
Okay. And specifically it's from your body cam?
Yes.
And this is as you were leaving the home after completing your CPR responsibility?
Yes.
Okay. Show 51, please. Sorry, 52. Okay. So these next few are scene photos. Just tell us what each photo is as we put it up, okay? So what is exhibit 52 showing?
It's just a different angle of the common area living room of Ms. Grist's home.
Specifically, is it the angle from the front door?
Yes.
Okay. 56, please. And this photo?
It's a very similar still shot from my body cam. This is pointing to the front door.
Okay. This would be the angle, say, from that dining area towards the front door.
Yes.
55, please. Okay. And this one, what is it showing?
Again, a different angle pointing into that little hallway that I initially walked into.
Okay. And you can barely see some feet in the photo. Is that Mr. Restelli?
Yes.
Okay. 57, please. And what part of the home is this a photo of?
The kitchen and dining area.
We can take that down. Thank you, Judge. No further questions.
Cross? No question, Judge. Thank you. You may step down, officer.
Thank you.
Actually, I apologize. I do have a few questions. Okay, sure. You can, I apologize, officer.
You're okay. Judge, is it okay if we give this back to counsel?
Yeah, Mr. Pomeroy, would you come get the mic, please? Mr. Pomeroy, here we go there.
You want, or I can give it to the case officer.
All right, that's fine.
Thank you.
Sorry about that, Judge. Officer Guerrero, good afternoon. Hello. You stated at the time of this event that you were an American Fork police officer, is that correct?
Yes.
And you remain such?
Yes.
And you've been an officer now for 3 years?
Yes.
And to be an officer, did you go through post-officer training? How did you become an officer?
I went through a satellite academy through Utah Valley University.
Okay. Did you get a certificate or a degree or?
A certificate.
Certificate, great. And from there, you got hired on by American Fork City?
Yes.
All right. And as you concluded your responses to this event, you have responsibility still after you leave the scene, isn't that right?
Yes.
And as part of your training, you're informed that you will write police reports related to stops and to your police work, correct?
Yes.
And in this case, we have a police report from you that you drafted, correct?
Yes.
And in this police report, and it says American Fork City Police on the front, and then you assign it your personal case number, I guess, and then write a report. Is that right?
Yes.
And when did you draft this report? Do you recall?
It would have been the same evening or during my same shift.
Right. And do you ever, not ever, ever is a bad word, but is it often that you will complete reports, same shift and get them completed?
Yes.
And what's the reason that you do it so close in time?
So that you don't forget the details, just based on my experience.
Yeah. And you were probably instructed that as part of your training as well, weren't you?
Yes.
That the longer you go, the less details you remember.
Exactly.
And that if you wait for a long time to write or think or talk about details, you forget the details. And so you're instructed as a police officer to write them as close as possible so that you have good and best memory. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Anybody direct?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Please call your next witness, Mr. Pomeroy.
State called Dr. Amanda Ho. And can we please excuse Officer Guerra from his subpoena?
Will you excuse? Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. You're good to go. Good afternoon, Dr. Ho. If you come stand roughly in front of me, I'll swear you in. You swear or affirm under the laws of the state of Utah, guilty of perjury, that the testimony you give this matter will be true and correct, so help you God. Please have a seat up here. I know you testified before in front of me. It's just you have prior admonitions in place. Should be water for you as well.
Good afternoon, doctor.
Hello.
How are you?
Okay.
Your drive down fine. I'd like you to take a moment to introduce yourself to the jury. Tell them your name, where you work, and so on.
Yes, my name is Dr. Amanda Ho. I'm a medical examiner at the State of Utah Office of the Medical Examiner in Taylorsville, Utah.
Thank you. For the audio record, just please spell your last name.
Yes, my last name is spelled simply H-O.
And you're a medical examiner. Is your official job title assistant medical examiner?
Yes.
What degrees do you hold?
I hold a Bachelor of Arts degree and a medical doctor degree.
And where are those degrees from?
My bachelor's degree is from Rice University in Houston, Texas, and my medical degree is from the University of Texas Southwestern in Dallas.
After medical school, did you receive specialized training related to pathology?
Yes. So after medical school, I went to, I did a pathology residency training program here at the University of Utah in ARUP labs. After completing my general anatomic and clinical pathology residency program, I completed a 1-year subspecialty fellowship training program in forensic pathology, specifically at University of Texas Southwestern in Dallas.
In pathology, and then you mentioned anatomic pathology, and then you mentioned forensic pathology.
Yes.
Could you define each of those terms for the jury?
Yes. So an anatomic and clinical pathology residency training program would qualify me to be a hospital pathologist. That is someone who is examining specimens at a hospital and making diagnoses and running a hospital laboratory or a medical laboratory.
Okay. And did these trainings, these residencies, include training in autopsies and how to perform a postmortem examination?
Yes, so the general anatomic pathology residency training program will train a pathologist to do autopsies in cases of natural death. These autopsies are usually performed in the hospital at the request of the family. A 1-year forensic pathology fellowship training program will train someone to perform forensic or medical legal autopsies, specializing in non-natural causes of death.
In the medical degree, are you licensed to practice medicine?
Yes, in the state of Utah.
And do you have any board certifications with specific reference to pathology?
Yes, so I've pathology medical board certification in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology.
And the forensic pathology, that's a subspecialization of the other.
Yes.
Do you also participate in continuing medical education?
Yes.
Does that include conferences and training on forensic pathology?
Yes.
How long have you worked as an assistant medical examiner?
Approaching 6 years.
And in those 6 years plus your training, how many cases have you worked on?
I've performed approximately 1,800 total postmortem examinations. That number includes cases where I perform an external examination of the body only, as well as cases where I perform a full autopsy.
Okay. Sorry, how many full autopsies approximately have you done?
Full autopsies, let's see if I have a number. I've performed approximately 870 full autopsies.
And in that sense, you've been fully accredited and certified?
Correct.
Okay. And we mentioned there's a difference between the postmortem examination and the full autopsy. And it sounds like one of those differences is that the postmortem is just the external examination.
Right. So in a case where I would do a full autopsy, or I would say an autopsy has a postmortem examination potentially has 2 parts. An external examination of the body, and then, if warranted, making incisions, examining the internal organs, and that would be considered a full autopsy.
So the main distinction is the full autopsy is just more inclusive.
Correct.
It's a deeper examination into what happened.
Correct.
Okay. What is involved in each of those briefly? What's involved in an external examination? What's involved in an internal examination?
Yes. So when a body arrives at our office for an examination, the external examination of the body will include examination of the body as it's received, dressed, as the body is received from the scene of death. Then the body will be undressed, cleaned, photographed, and I will examine for any signs of injury, any identifying markings like scars and tattoos, and then any evidence of medical disease, like, for example, swelling of the legs. Then, if warranted, I'll proceed with the autopsy portion of the examination, which includes making incisions into the body, removing the organs, and examining the organs to diagnose any natural disease or injury.
Okay. You've mentioned a few things that you're looking for in an autopsy, but from that higher level, why is an autopsy performed?
An autopsy is performed. The ultimate goal in performing an autopsy at our office is to determine the cause and the manner of someone's death.
Okay. Are there other questions an autopsy can help answer?
Yes, the other goals in performing the examination and autopsy at our office would be to establish someone's identification, and in cases where a body comes to our office unidentified, and to gather any evidence that may be needed.
You mentioned cause of death. What does that mean?
The cause of death is the natural disease or the injury or the toxic exposure in the case of drugs that led to someone's death.
How is that different from manner of death?
Yeah, the manner of death describes how, or the circumstances under which the death occurred. In Utah, as in most states in the United States, we have 5 options for a manner of death. The death can be natural, accident, suicide, homicide, or undetermined if there's not enough information to choose one of those preceding 4 options.
Let's just take a hypothetical really quick. If someone died by a gunshot wound, that would be the mechanism of death.
Yes, that would be the mechanism or the cause of death.
And then you potentially could determine that it was accidental, it was suicide, it was homicide, or it might be undetermined.
Correct.
And then obviously, probably gunshot wounds aren't natural, but there may be times that you find someone, it's a natural cause of death.
Correct.
Maybe a heart attack or something.
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you're making these 2 determinations, what type of information do you consider?
We consider investigative information that was gathered at the scene of death or gathered from law enforcement investigation into the circumstances of death, information from medical records, any the background information that we can obtain. Consider autopsy findings and examination findings, and then any laboratory results that we order as part of the examination.
And that would include potentially photos from the scene of the event.
Correct.
Let's move on more specifically to this case. Did you perform an autopsy related to this case?
Yes.
Was that on Mr. Matthew Restelli?
Yes.
When did you perform that autopsy?
I performed that autopsy on July 15th of 2024.
And where was it performed?
That was performed at our office, the Office of the Medical Examiner in Taylorsville, Utah.
Does every autopsy follow a standard process?
Yes.
Did you follow that process in this case?
Yes.
Please explain to the jury what the standard process is.
So the standard process, as described before, involves examining the body as received, dressed with any EMS or medical resuscitative paraphernalia present, taking photographs at each stage. So photographs of the body dressed, photographs of the body undressed, cleaning the body, photographing the body again, noting any findings on the body, such as injuries, measuring, describing them, taking notes, then proceeding with the internal autopsy examination of making incisions, removing the organs, examining the organs for medical disease or for injury.
I believe a moment ago you mentioned photographs. Are photographs part of the autopsy process?
Yes.
Okay. And were photographs taken during Mr. Restelli's autopsy?
Yes.
We're going to show these only to the witness. If we could show her exhibits 95, then 96, then 97. You recognize that?
Yes.
Go to 96, please. You recognize that?
Yes.
Go to 97, please. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's take them in. What were those?
Those were photographs of injuries that were present on Mr. Restelli's body upon examination.
State moves into evidence exhibits 95, 96, and 97.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. So, thank you.
During the process, I'll ask that differently. What is a body diagram in the context of an autopsy?
A body diagram is a sheet of paper on which we can make handwritten notes or sketches, drawings to aid in our written report, to aid in understanding of any injuries, disease, or findings on the body.
And did you create a body diagram specifically for Mr. Restelli's autopsy?
Yes.
Please show the witness 94. Is this an accurate copy of the body diagram you created in this case?
Yes.
State moves into evidence exhibit 94.
Any objection? No objection. Thank you, so ordered.
And before we get into a discussion of this autopsy, you eventually produced a report about the autopsy.
Correct.
Stating your findings and conclusions.
Correct.
And if we could show the witness 93. Okay. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Is that your ultimate report?
Yes.
State moves into evidence 93.
Any objection? No objection. So ordered as well. Thank you.
Thank you. We can take that down now. Okay, so we discussed the process or the steps of an autopsy. I would like to direct your attention to your external examination of Mr. Restelli. Did you observe any injuries on Mr. Restelli's body?
Yes.
What type of injuries did you observe?
I observed that there were a total of 7 gunshot wounds.
Are there physical characteristics that would enable you to distinguish between an entry and an exit wound?
Yes.
What are those characteristics?
In general, injuries can vary, just like natural disease can vary, but in general, entrance wounds on the body tend to be round. They tend to have an area of abrasion or scraping of the skin around the margin of the wound. They can have what we call firearm residue or soot or gunpowder particles on them. And then in general, An exit gunshot wound tends to be a linear wound or a star-shaped or irregular wound rather than round. They tend to not have any abrasion or scraping of the edges, and they would not have any firearm residue such as soot or gunpowder particles on them.
Applying those principles, applying that knowledge, were you able to identify of the 7 gunshot wounds, what was an entry wound, what was an exit wound?
Yes.
If we were to show you the body diagram, would that be helpful in you describing which is which?
Yes.
If we could now publish 94. I'd like you to use this body diagram as soon as it's on the screen for everybody to walk the jury through which of the 7 are entry and exit wounds.
Yes, so there's a total of 7 gunshot wounds. Of those 7 wounds, 3 of them are what I would call perforating. That means the bullet entered the body and then exited the body. 4 of those wounds are penetrating wounds where the bullet entered the body but did not exit. So we have 7 entrance wounds and 3 exit wounds for a total of 10 injuries to the body related to gunshot wounds, but they add up to 7 gunshot wounds. So I've separated them out in my report into gunshot wounds of the torso, a gunshot wound of the left hip, and a gunshot wound of the right forearm. For the 5 gunshot wounds of the torso, the entrance wounds are A, B, and C on the back as lettered on the body diagram, as well as G and H on the right side of the chest are also entrance wounds. So that's 5 entrance wounds. There's 1 exit wound on the torso, that's letter D on the diagram. And then there were 4 bullets that were recovered from inside the torso, that's the chest and abdomen. So 5 entrance wounds plus 4 bullets plus 1 exit wound. There's the gunshot wound of the left hip, which has the entrance wound labeled as E on the diagram and the exit wound labeled as F on the diagram. And there's a gunshot wound of the right forearm with the entrance labeled as letter I and the exit labeled as letter J.
Really quick, I see there's a key in kind of the bottom middle of this body diagram. Looks like there's an acronym. Could you explain the acronym?
Yeah, so for the key, I've used the acronym GSW as an abbreviation for gunshot wound. So you can note that entrance gunshot wounds are marked with a circle and exit gunshot wounds are marked with an X.
Were there internal injuries associated with these gunshot wounds?
Yes.
What internal injuries did you observe?
Yes, so for the gunshot wounds of the torso, again, that is the chest and abdomen, there were perforations of the right lung, the left lung, the heart, the diaphragm, the liver, the stomach, the spleen, and the left kidney. There were perforations or fractures of multiple ribs, and there was blood in the pleural or chest cavities and blood in the abdominal cavity, as well as blood in the pericardial sac around the heart. For the gunshot wound of the left hip, the bullet passed through the skin and subcutaneous tissue, but did not enter the abdominal cavity and did not fracture the left hip. It was a fairly superficial wound. For the gunshot wound of the right forearm, the bullet passed through the skin, subcutaneous tissue, and muscles of the right forearm, along with the ulna bone of the forearm. That's the bone in your forearm that runs along the pinky side of your forearm.
You mentioned bleeding. Would you consider the amount of bleeding you observed significant?
Yes.
And based off these injuries, both the external and internal examination, were you able to identify the general direction of travel for any of the bullets?
Yes. So for the gunshot wounds of the torso, once the bullets entered the chest and abdomen, their paths overlap. So I cannot tell, based on my examination, exactly which entrance wound matches up with which bullet recovered in the body or which entrance wound matches up with the exit wound D. But I can tell a general idea of the trajectory based on the entrance wound characteristics. Is there a particular wound you'd like me to describe?
Yeah, so I just want to make sure we all understood what you just said. Let's focus on the torso for just a second. Okay.
Yes.
And on the back, there's entrance wounds A, B, and C. On the front, there's entrance wounds G and H, and there's an exit wound D.
Yes.
Did I understand correct that basically for those 5 entrance wounds, you can't tell which one caused the exit of B?
Correct.
But even though you can't do that, you can still tell us somewhat general trajectory of the entrance angle.
Correct. Multiple of the entrance wounds on the torso have some abrasion on the edge of the wound that tells me which direction the bullet was traveling as it entered the skin.
So for the torso wounds, what were the general trajectories?
In general, the trajectories of wounds A and B are right to left and back to front. The trajectory of the bullet creating entrance C is left to right. For G and H, they are front, or G is front to back, H, the trajectory is right to left.
And just to clarify, when you give these directions, is that reference point from Mr. Restelli's reference point or from a viewer observing the body?
That is as Mr. Restelli would have experienced it. So when I say right to left, it's from Mr. Restelli's right to his left.
Thank you. Let's move on to the other wounds, E and F on the hip and I and J on the forearm. I think a previous answer may have implied it, but let's state it concretely. What can you tell about the trajectories of those wounds?
Yeah, so particularly for the wound of the forearm, I'll have you note the position of the body in the diagram. You see the diagram shows someone standing upright with their arms down by their sides and their palms facing forward with their thumbs facing away from the body. That's what's called anatomic position. So when I'm giving trajectories, it's the trajectory of the bullet in the body if the body were standing in that position. So the trajectory of the gunshot wound of the left hip is downward, left to right, and slightly back to front. And the trajectory of the gunshot wound of the right forearm is back to front. Again, if the palms were facing forward, back to front, slightly downward, and slightly left to right.
Thank you. We're going to move on to a different topic now. You can take down the body diagram. That probably would have been helpful, Judge, but I think we're past that point.
You got other pictures coming up.
Thank you, Judge. Okay. Let's publish Exhibit 95. I'd like to talk for a moment about the wrist or forearm injury you observed. Okay. Is this a photo of that injury?
Yes.
What's the blue object that we see?
The blue object is a flexible rod that we use as part of the postmortem exam to match up entrance and exit wounds and to demonstrate the path of an injury through the body.
Okay. So basically it helps indicate some of the characteristics about the wound.
Correct.
And we have an entrance and exit wound here related to the points that you pointed out before, which letters, which is the entrance, which is the exit on this photo from reference. And I'm asking you in this photo to do our reference point looking at the photo, not Mr. Restelli's reference point.
Correct. So you can see that the rod is passing through an injury on the back of the forearm. That's the side of the forearm closest to the back of the hand. And it's also passing through an injury that's on the side of the forearm closest to the palm of the hand. So the wound on the back of the forearm, that's the left of the forearm as you're looking at the picture, is the entrance wound. And the wound closest to the palm of the hand is the exit wound.
Thank you. Move to exhibits 96 and 97, the side-by-side. We have both exhibits on the screen at the same time. Is this that same injury?
Yes.
Okay, just from a different vantage point?
Yes.
And so this would still be Mr. Restelli's right forearm. How did this wound affect Mr. Restelli's skin?
So it perforated the skin as the bullet was passing through.
How did it affect any tissue in the arm?
It perforated muscle and subcutaneous tissue within the arm.
How did the wound affect any bones therein?
The ulna was fractured. That's bone. I think the pointer doesn't show it too well on the screen, but that's the one that runs the pinky to your forearm.
What's wrong with that? Why are they doing that? Hang on. Now I can't press anything. Let me try and refresh. 605.41. Oh no. Oh no. Can you even see me? Oh fuck. Fuck's sakes. What a load of bollocks that is. No, I've already recorded, Robin. It's already recorded. And I did that. It was only It was a 20-minute video, so right. I think I'm back on it. I have to go back a little bit on it. Hang on. I shall get it up for you now. Let's go, girls. We started to have bad weather. Tomorrow's supposed to be really, really bad. Tomorrow's supposed to be really bad for me with the rain. So. Right, I've just refreshed everything. Right, here we go. It should be fine now.
The side of the forearm
And I do think I had clip champ open. Maybe that had to do with it as well.
closest to the back of the hand. And it's also passing through an injury that's on the side of the forearm closest to the palm of the hand. So the wound on the back of the forearm, that's the left of the forearm as you're looking at the picture, is the entrance wound. And the wound closest to the palm of the hand is the exit wound.
Thank you. Move to exhibits 96 and 97, the side-by-side. We have both exhibits on the screen at the same time. Is this that same injury?
Yes.
Okay, just from a different vantage point?
Yes.
And so this would still be Mr. Restelli's right forearm. How did this wound affect Mr. Restelli's skin?
So it perforated the skin as the bullet was passing through.
How did it affect any tissue in the arm?
It perforated muscle and subcutaneous tissue within the arm.
How did the wound affect any bones therein?
The ulna was fractured. That's bone. The pointer doesn't show it too well on the screen, but that's that runs the pinky.
It was at this part earlier on as well.
Your forearm, two forearm.
From reference point of this photograph, that would be the lower bone.
Correct.
And you said it fractured that bone.
Correct.
Did the bone damage any of the? Sorry.
Before you start, this one's on the side.
Yeah, it's so I can get the pointer to show up, for example, on the wall, but I bring it down and it just doesn't reflect very well off the TV screen. But I think I can go ahead and verbally describe what I'm saying.
Thank you. Did the bullet also damage any of the surrounding muscles?
Yes.
What muscle group was affected?
I'm not sure that I understand your question.
Would it be accurate to say that the flexor muscles were affected?
Yes.
To what degree were they affected?
So I can't.
I don't mean that from a biomechanical sense. I mean that, was it a light abrasion? Was it complete destruction? Was it a perforation? Do you understand the question?
So in general, muscles in this portion of the forearm have been to varying degrees perforated, lacerated. That means torn, or contused. It means bruised. Correct. It means that a hole was punched through something.
Okay. So all in all, the injury involved skin, bone, soft tissue, and muscles.
Correct.
So you can take that down now. Thank you. Do the flexor muscle and hand function?
The flexors in general are going to allow you to close your hand and fingers into a fist, as well as to bend your wrist to the forearm.
Do the bones and other soft tissues of the forearm also play a role in hand function?
The bones play a role in that the muscles attach to the bone. That's their attachment point to work off of.
So let's take it at the high level first. Based off all this damage, would you have expected there to be some impairment in grip strength in Mr. Restelli?
Yes, to some degree, but I can't exactly specify to what degree his grip function would be impaired.
Exactly. But we could say that the perforation of the ulna in some way affected the ability of the muscles to function. Would that be fair to say? We don't know the degree, but it would have affected to some degree.
The fracture of the bone may or may not have had an effect.
Okay. And then how about the perforation and laceration of the muscles?
Yes, that would have had some effect.
Did you review any of the police photos of the scene?
There was one photo provided by our investigator. That was not taken by our investigator, but that was provided to our scene investigator by law enforcement.
Is this that photo?
Yes.
So that photo was previously admitted as State's Exhibit 44. We're going to put it on the screen for a moment. There we go. And this was identified as Mr. Restelli's body at the scene.
Yes.
And you can clearly see a knife in that hand.
Yes.
Is that the same arm that sustained that injury?
Yes.
Okay. And I just want to clarify a couple points. Autopsies can't determine when that object was placed in the hand.
Correct.
It can't tell if Mr. Restelli himself picked it up or someone placed it.
Correct.
It can't tell whether he had it in his hand before or after his death.
Correct.
But it can tell you that his grip strength or his ability to hold the knife would have been affected to some unknown degree.
Yes.
Okay, we can take that down now. One more question about the internal examination. Did you observe any natural disease that would have contributed to Mr. Restelli's death?
There was no significant natural disease that would have caused or contributed to his death. No.
Was toxicology performed as part of this?
Yes.
Were there any substances detected in Mr. Restelli's body?
Yes.
What was detected?
So detected was caffeine as well as delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol, which is the active or psychoactive ingredient in marijuana.
That sometimes is referred to as delta-9 THC.
Yes.
How long does delta-9 THC remain detectable in the body?
It varies according to how heavy or frequent a user of THC someone is. It can vary from, it can take anywhere from a few days, 3 or 4 days, to greater than 6 weeks for it to completely clear out of your blood.
Okay, that sounds like a very wide detection window.
Yes.
And you couldn't say where in the window he may have used.
Correct.
Or even what state he used it in.
Correct.
Okay. Did he detect any alcohol in his system?
No.
And did any of these toxicology results change in any way your conclusion about the cause and manner of death?
No.
Okay. Let's get to that ultimate conclusion then. Based on your autopsy, your training, your experience, were you able to determine the cause and manner of Mr. Restelli's death?
Yes.
What was the cause of his death?
The cause of his death was multiple gunshot wounds.
What was the manner of his death?
The manner of death was homicide.
Thank you. No further questions, Judge.
Cross. Good afternoon, Dr. Ho.
Hello.
Dr. Ho, you stated that on your examination of Mr. Restelli's body, you located tetrahydrocannabinol. Is that
Yes.
right? More commonly called marijuana, right?
Yes, it could be natural or synthetic.
You've heard other words for THC, haven't you?
Yes.
Pot, weed,
Yes.
right? And so when we're talking about THC, we're talking about that substance what people use to have a hallucinogen experience, right?
Correct.
And did you do a nanogram testing of the tetrahydrocannabinol in this body?
Yeah, the toxicology laboratory did quantify it. Yes.
And on the alcohol, you said that there is no alcohol in the body, is that right?
Correct.
Now, you explained that THC can be in the body for an extended period of time, right?
Yes.
6 weeks, I think you said.
Yes.
How about alcohol? What's the dissipation level of alcohol in the human body?
It depends on what level of alcohol is in the blood.
An example, if my blood tested positive for alcohol at a 0.20, that's 20% alcohol, that would have a longer time to completely dissipate out of the body than alkaline 1.0. Is that right?
Yes.
Is that what you meant by your answer?
Yes.
So do you know what the dissipation level of alcohol is in the body, the percentage per hour, per 2 hours, per 6 hours, or anything like that?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Can this witness speak, or any redirect person?
No, you, Judge. Thank you. And she can't be excused.
Any objection, excuse me, Dr. Holmes, please, right? No objection. Thank you, Dr. Reed.
Thank you.
This is all right.
So just to explain what's going to happen, right? I will be redirecting us well, after this finishes, I'll be redirecting us to the Antonio hearing, which will be on my El Chappie Sports channel. It'll be a live premiere. I think I'm going to set it for about in an hour's, well, I'm asking for a bit of patience because I have to set the premiere up at a certain time, and I might set it up for 2:15, which means we probably will be there before then, but it'll go live as premiere for 20 minutes, 21 minutes, and then from there it'll redirect us to the other stream for this afternoon, but that doesn't start until 3:30 Eastern, so we got time. But after this, it'll be redirected to the premiere, which will start in about 55 minutes. If that's okay. So I'll be Antonio Brown that I got from Carter Williams, and then we'll go to day 3 then live at 3:30 Eastern. That's the plan. Why wouldn't it just... I'm trying to click here. It won't let me click.
Guess what? You're a bitch.
We'll put the link in beforehand anyway, Crystal, as well. So don't worry. I'm sure Sarah P will sort it out. I will set that up. But I can't even get this to work now. 6:15:32. I need to restart my computer. No, we're not done now. We're not done. There's about another 15 minutes left. I just can't get it to start. Just can't get it to start. Hang on. Hang on. Fuck me. I'm having a bad day today, people. I'm having a bad day today. Having a bad day today. I'm having a bad day today. Having a bad day today. Fuck me. Fuck. This is doing my frigging nut in. $6:15:32. No, I'm not, bitch. Just fuck off. 6:15:32. This woman does my head in. Right, why does it open up on that one? Right, law and crime. Law and... law and crime. Fuck! No, I'm not talking about you. Hack. I was talking about this woman who's fucking cooking. She's shit at cooking. Right, hang on. I might have to start my computer now because I literally can't get it. I was going to say I couldn't get it up, but I sometimes can't get it up. Law and crime trials. Right, I'll be back. I need to refresh. The stream should still be going. Hang on, I know what I'll do. I know what I'll do. I'll still talk to you. Yeah, let me get into StreamYard on my phone. Oops, sorry, I didn't realize I was on there. Hang on. I need to restart my whole computer. Right, I've updated my whole computer. Hang on. I was muted, yes, I was muted. And why did I put myself? Oh, shit. Why did I put myself in this one? Thank you very much, lovely. This is why you're lovely. That's why everyone else is bitches in the chat. Do you know what I mean? So the problem was that I couldn't load anything because I think, but I have not restarted my computer for, well, the last time I did this. So what are you talking about? 6 to 8 months. So you're gonna have to be patient. It says 4 minutes, but I'm not sure if it'll be 4 minutes or not. It says you're the not 2% there. Please keep your computer on. I am. He sure has got the 895 tabs open. Mexi. No comment. Hey, for those of you who missed this morning session, I have walked, as of today, I've walked over 60 miles this month. As of yesterday, halfway point, I walked 56 miles, and today I've done, I think, over 5 miles. So we're on 61, about 61 miles I've walked in April, which I think is pretty good for me. We're talking about a guy who was obese and had not walked. I've lost over 30 pounds. And my next challenge, once April's done, is to run a 5K. And by that I mean to get fit enough to run a 5K. I don't think I could run a 5K right now, but I want to be able to. Like I can walk a 5K, but I can't run a 5K. If that makes sense, jog it. Sorry, I should say. So for the next few months, I'm going to challenge myself to run 3.1 miles, which is 5K. Obviously, the first few months is just going to be me walking and slightly jogging, but by the end, I hope I'll be able to do 5K and build up from that. I think that's going to be my next mission rather than walking 10K. Thank you, Erin. Take us a little walk in the Shire while waiting. I can't because it's at 97% now. So also, I won't be recording my thing because there's no point. It'll just be out of breath doing that one. So yeah, I'm proud. I'm proud. I'm glad. I need to lose a bit of weight. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, that's the next challenge. And then after that, 10K. Probably not, but you know. Thank you, Spacey Stacey. Thank you. You see, if Cheating Stacey is saying it's a good job, then it's a good job. Yeah, I'd like to lose. I think I want to lose another. Trying to think now. Ideally, I need to lose another. I need to lose another 6. Probably another 84 pounds, and I'd be happy. Thank you, lovely. So that would be like I think the total I want to lose is about 112 pounds. Is my another update now? Okay, sure. 112 pounds in totality, I think, is the aim. So I could probably do with losing more, but yeah, I think if I can lose another 80 odd pounds, I'd be doing well. But we'll see. We'll see. Ba 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 ra 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 ra. Ba ra ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ra bum bum. Ba ra ra ra. Ba ra ba ra ba ra ba ba bum. Ba ba ra ra ra. Ba ra 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 ra. Da da da. Updates are nearly there. Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P P P P P, Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P P P P P. I think we're nearly there. We're nearly there. Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P is lazy. Ba-ra-bow, ba-ra-bam-bow, ba-ra-bow. This is Sarah P's theme song. Ba-da-bow, bow, bow. If you go to Sarah P's OnlyFans, this is what you'd hear. Bow, 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 ba-dow, bow. Sarah P, Sarah P, P, Sarah P. Oh, Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P. P, P, P. Sarah P P, Sarah P. I shouldn't call you lazy at all because she does work. She mods here and she keeps going with her OnlyFans as well. So fair play to her. She's busy. Oh shit. I did not realize I was this fucking close to do that. I feel great. Okay. Fucking mute again. I was just saying this is why Mexi hates me, but you know, I love her though, so you know, I love you, Mexi, even though if you hate me. So right, Mexi. No, I feel great, thank you, lovely. I feel very, very good. I do feel good. I've had a bad day today, but I feel, you know, overall I feel happy-ish. So right, let me what the fuck's happened now? Don't know what that is. Let me get this. No, get out. Let me open another tab and then we'll get going here. Look, Bex is back. Guess who's back? Back again. Bex is back. Tell a friend. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Okay, I think I got it now. Just a reminder, after this one, you should be redirected to the Antonio Brown one. Sarah P, have you got a link? If not, I can sort the link out. It's on my my sport channel. And then from there, go back here. Right, let me put this up then. Thank you, Sarah P.
State calls Rachel Williams.
Good afternoon, Ms. Williams. Mr. Pomeroy.
Maybe this will make it go a little bit quicker. This witness produced 2 reports, exhibits 98 and 99. I'd like to move to admit them now. I don't think there will be objection.
No objection. Right, exhibits 98 and 99 are admitted without objection. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Williams, thank you for being here. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury? Tell them your name, where you work.
Yes, so I'm Rachel Williams. I'm a forensic scientist at the Utah Bureau of Forensic Services, which is also known as the State Crime Lab.
Thank you very much. What would you like us to call you today? Ms. Williams, Rachel?
You can just call me Rachel.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you, Rachel. So you stated you worked at the Utah State Crime Lab, is that correct?
Yes.
As a forensic scientist?
Yes.
Is that the official job title?
It's called Forensic Scientist 2.
What degrees do you have?
So I have a bachelor's degree in biochemistry.
And did that coursework include education related to DNA analysis?
Yes.
And then after you received your degree, did you receive specialized training to perform your job?
Yes.
You just give a brief description to the jury of what that training is.
Yes, so I've attended multiple different forensic conferences, and then also I received on-the-job training. So I went through a in-depth training program that had required readings and presentations, written and oral examinations. I had to practice analyzing mock samples that were similar to casework samples. And then at the end of everything, I had to complete like a final test to show that I learned the skills necessary to do those disciplines.
And do you receive ongoing training as well?
Yes.
Are there ongoing proficiency tests as well?
Yes, so the DNA analyst, we have to take 2 proficiency tests per year.
And how long have you been working as a forensic scientist?
So I've worked there since September 2019, so about 6.5 years.
What are your day-to-day job duties?
So I am trained to do sample prep. So that's getting samples ready to be processed through the lab. I'm also trained to do DNA laboratory work. So that's taking the sample, running it through the lab to generate a DNA profile. And then I'm also trained in DNA profile interpretation. So that's where we are taking reference samples from the individuals and comparing those to evidence samples to make comparisons and calculate statistics.
And is the state lab accredited?
Yes.
And what does that mean to be accredited?
So accreditation means that the laboratory is meeting certain international and national standards, and accreditation provides confidence that the laboratory is producing quality results.
Great. So you work with DNA, essentially?
Yes.
Okay. And you had lots of education to get to the point where you're at.
Yes.
And DNA statistical analysis sometimes includes some complex topics.
Yes.
Okay. So 2 things just to preface off these questions is first, I'd invite you to treat me like I'm 5 years old. Right? Explain it in very simple concepts for us, if you could. 2, in the same way, it's okay to correct me. If I ask you a question that's dumb or wrong or just not the right words, just tell me I'm not asking the right question, okay? Is that fair?
Yes.
All right, so let's just start off. Explain what DNA is to the jury.
Yes, so DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. DNA is found inside your body, and you get half from your mother and half from your father. And your DNA profile is unique to you. And your body uses your DNA to determine how you look and how your body functions.
It's kind of like the blueprint for your body, right?
Yes.
And where in the body is DNA found?
So DNA is found inside of cells. So cells are like the building blocks that make up your body.
And that's this. Can DNA testing be used to compare DNA taken from an object to DNA taken from a person?
Yes.
Okay. So if I wanted to take DNA from an object for comparison purposes, how would I do that?
So typically the object can be submitted to the laboratory and we can swab that item. So we use, it's kind of like a Q-tip where it's a cotton swab. And then we'll rub that along the item to collect any potential DNA. And then from there, that swab will be run through the lab and we'll generate a DNA profile from that.
And I hope this isn't too dumb, but obviously when you swab an item, the DNA comes from where you swab, not from a place you didn't swab.
Yes.
So if you swab, for example, the front of an item and not the back, you'd be getting DNA on the front of the item.
Yes.
But nothing from the back.
Yes.
Okay. So how is a DNA sample typically collected from a person?
So we have either a blood standard or a buccal standard that we'll use. So a blood standard is they'll draw the individual's blood and then they'll typically spot it on like a filter card, and then we'll take a cutting of that filter paper. And then a buccal standard is a swab taken from the inside of that individual's mouth.
So assume for a moment we've gotten some standards that we want to compare. Briefly explain how that DNA testing is performed at that point.
Yes, so the sample, we will cut part of that swab and put it into a tube. And then that tube, we will add chemicals to it that break cells open and release the DNA. Then we'll add some other chemicals that will clean the sample and get rid of any cellular debris and leave just the DNA behind. Once we have that DNA isolated, we'll do a step called quantitation. And the quantitation step will measure how much DNA, if any DNA is present. From there, we will do a step called amplification. And that's where we're creating millions of copies of that DNA and to get it to a detectable level. And then our last step is the separation and detection step. So that step separates the DNA fragments by their size, and it goes through an instrument where it gets detected. And then at the end, we get a graph that is the DNA profile.
Okay. So the 4 steps were an extraction, breaking open the cells, getting the DNA, the quantitation, the measurement, the amplification, you're copying the DNA, and the separation and detective step. And that end result is a DNA profile.
Yes.
That graph that you referred to.
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit more what that means? What exactly is a DNA profile? What's the significance of that graph?
So on the graph, it has like an X and a Y axis, and then there will be different tall, skinny peaks that are detected. And so those peaks will be indicating which DNA was found. And so the DNA profile as a whole will have multiple different peaks at all of the different locations that we were testing. And then we can analyze that profile and see which DNA was detected and see if it was a mixture, meaning it's DNA from multiple individuals, or if it's just a single source profile, meaning that there's only one individual's DNA detected.
Maybe to put that in simple terms, it sounds like a DNA profile is a visual representation of the DNA on an object.
Yes.
And you mentioned something about objects that may have DNA from one person or more than one person. No, Your Honor, that's just an attorney. Thank you. Sorry for the interruption there. We had that brief comment from you about potentially one person or multiple persons. So if you have an object that has DNA on it, but the DNA comes from more than one person, what's the outcome of these steps? Is it multiple profiles? Is it one profile that represents all the people? What do you get?
So that one particular swab will just have that one profile associated with it. So within that one profile, we're seeing multiple different peaks that indicate the DNA, and that would be a representation of all the people's DNA that contributed to that DNA mixture.
Is there a word to describe that type of profile?
So we call those mixtures.
Okay, so a single source profile would be when the profile only has one person in it.
Yes.
And a mixture is a profile that has multiple people, 2 or more.
Yes.
Let's talk about that statistical analysis briefly. How do you actually compare, once you have the profile or profiles to compare, how do you see if there's a match or not? What are you doing in the statistical step?
So I analyze all of the evidence samples first, and then after I've analyzed those evidence crime scene samples, I will then compare them to any submitted reference samples from individuals. And from there, I will do a visual comparison to see if it looks like any of those reference profiles could be in that DNA mixture. If I cannot exclude that individual from the sample, then I will calculate a statistic called a likelihood ratio. And so this likelihood ratio is a statistic that compares 2 alternate propositions or explanations for that observed DNA profile. And so the likelihood ratio statistic will change its value depending on which propositions I'm comparing. And so, like, for example, if I had a single source profile that was from one individual, I could potentially do like hypothesis 1 is that the person of interest contributed to the DNA profile versus hypothesis 2, an unknown unrelated individual contributed to that DNA profile. So then from there, whichever one of those propositions is a better explanation for the DNA profile observed, the statistic will be higher in favor of that proposition versus the other.
When you have an object that has some DNA on it and you test it and you generate that profile, do you have to make any assumptions about that profile before completing that statistical analysis you just talked about?
Yeah, so based on how that DNA profile works, based on how the DNA profile looks, I'm going to make my best assumption as to the number of individuals in that DNA mixture. So I look at the profile as a whole, and based on how many different peaks were detected in that profile, I'll make my best assumption as to if it's a 2-person mixture, 3-person mixture, 4-person mixture, or a single source, meaning it comes from one person.
Okay. And once you make that assumption and make a comparison, you describe the likelihood ratio, which is just the chances it's one proposition versus another.
Yes.
And the stronger the proposition is, the more likely it is that proposition 1 is that over proposition 2.
Yes.
And to clarify, a likelihood ratio doesn't tell the jury the probability a specific person handled an object, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it doesn't tell the jury when DNA was deposited.
Yes.
And it doesn't tell the jury how it was deposited.
Yes.
It simply compares 2 different explanations for the DNA that is on the object.
Yes.
So, example, I'm holding a pen in my hand. You could take this pen and do a swab and create a profile, right?
Yes.
And you can take a buckle standard for me and create a profile.
Yes.
And if you looked at the pen's profile and determined it was single source, great. What maybe something you want to run in that case is the hypothetical 1, it's me, versus hypothetical 2, it's some random person in the population.
Yes.
And you could get very strong support or limited support or no support.
Yes.
Okay. Can you put diagram 1 up? For your reference, this is just an enlarged version of page 6 of Exhibit 98, which is your first report. Okay, do you recognize what this is when it comes up on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, what is this?
So this is a verbal scale that can be used to help provide an explanation as to the weight of that likelihood ratio statistic. So based on the number of the likelihood ratio statistic, it can fall into the different categories, and those categories help explain the weight of that statistic.
And at each level, there's a word, a verbal qualifier that goes with it.
Yes.
Okay, so for example, if the likelihood ratio was 100,000, the verbal qualifier would be strong support.
Yes.
And if the ratio exceeded 1 million, there'd be very strong support.
Yes.
And I don't see other verbal qualifiers. You don't have a very, very, very strong support.
Yes.
But that being said, the bigger the number, the stronger the support.
Yes.
Okay. All right, we can take that down. Thank you. Lastly, before we turn to the test you did perform, does your lab have procedures to prevent contamination during DNA testing?
Yes.
Does that include the use of positive and negative controls?
Yes.
Okay. And those controls help verify the instrument and testing worked properly?
Yes.
And was that all followed in this case?
Yes.
And did you observe any indication of contamination at any point in the process?
No.
Now let's turn to the work you performed in this case. Thank you. What objects were you asked to test for DNA analysis?
Your Honor, would it be okay if I reference my report to get the name of those items?
Yeah, just look down, read through, refresh your memory, then put it down and look up and then test it.
Would you like me to read all of the items or just the question samples?
Let me ask it this way. How many objects were submitted for testing?
6.
6, okay. Was one of them a gun?
Yes.
Was one of them a knife?
Yes.
Were the other 4 samples taken from 4 separate people?
Yes.
Who were those 4 people?
So the lab received standards from Kathryn Restelli, Kevin Ellis, Tracey Grist, and Matthew Restelli.
Did you swab the gun and generate a DNA profile? Did someone in the lab swab the gun and create a DNA profile?
Yes.
Was that done for the knife as well?
Yes.
And then the standards from Mr. Restelli, Mr. Ellis, Ms. Restelli, and Ms. Grist, were DNA profiles created for each of them?
Yes.
Are you aware that 3 of those persons, Mr. Ellis, Ms. Restelli, and Ms. Grist, are family members?
Yes.
Does that affect the testing that's done? Let me rephrase that. Does that affect the interpretation of the results of the testing?
So that's something that I take into consideration when I am doing my DNA interpretation, because biological relatives share DNA. So like I mentioned earlier, you get half of your DNA from your mother and half from your father. So as I'm doing my DNA interpretation, that is something that I keep in mind while I'm analyzing those profiles.
And would it be fair to say that there's times where it doesn't really make much of a difference?
Yes.
But there are times where it really complicates the analysis?
Yes.
Okay. Let's start with the gun. What type of gun was swabbed?
So it was a Sig Sauer P365 9mm pistol.
Okay. And you already testified you produced a DNA profile. How many assumed contributors were on the gun?
There were 3 assumed contributors.
So the assumption based off what you saw was that 3 individuals' DNA were on the gun.
Yes.
And did you compare the DNA profiles of those 4 individuals to the profile found on the gun?
Yes.
Did you make any conclusions after running that comparison?
Yes. So I calculated likelihood ratio statistics based on those comparisons.
Okay. Please put up Exhibit 98, page 3, and it's this part right now. Yeah, that's fine right there. So we're talking about this second part. And we already talked about what very strong support for inclusion means in your lab, and moderate support and limited support and exclusion, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what was the likelihood ratio calculated for Mr. Ellis?
So the probability of observing the mixed DNA profile is approximately 4.3 times 10 to the 17 times more likely if it originated from Kevin Ellis and 2 unknown unrelated individuals, or sorry, 2 unknown individuals, than if it originated from 3 unknown individuals in the US population, including the possibility of untested biological relatives of Kevin Ellis.
Okay. And we previously talked about the likelihood ratio cutoff for very strong support is 1 million, which is 1 times 10 to the 6.
Yes.
And so this number is much bigger than that.
Yes.
Indicating it really has very strong support.
Yes.
Okay. And again, what we're saying there is that it's very strong support that it was Mr. Ellis over some unknown person in the adult population or the US population.
Yes.
Okay. What was the conclusion regarding Ms. Restelli?
So there was moderate support for exclusion for Kathryn Restelli.
Okay. Inclusion means on it, exclusion means not on it.
I don't know if I can for sure say like they're on it, but like the statistic is providing support that they could be a contributor to that mixture.
Okay. What would be a plain English word for inclusion and exclusion in this case?
Exclusion is referring to like their DNA did not appear to be in that mixture, versus inclusion means those DNA variants looked like they could be in the mixture.
Okay, so stating that differently then, very strong support that Mr. Ellis's DNA was in the mixture, but moderate support that Ms. Restelli's DNA was not in the mixture.
Yes.
Okay, and then for Ms. Grist, what was the conclusion?
It was limited support for exclusion for Tracey Grist.
Okay, and then the conclusion for Mr. Restelli.
It was exclusion for Matthew Restelli.
Okay, and it doesn't say very strong support for exclusion. It says exclusion. What's the interpretation there?
So when it says just exclusion and it doesn't have a support for that, that means I didn't calculate a likelihood ratio statistic for that, because when I did my visual comparison, where I compared the reference samples to the evidence samples, it visually did not look like that individual's DNA was in the mixture. So I just did a flat out exclusion and didn't calculate a statistic for that.
Okay, we can take that down. Let's turn to the knife that you tested, or that was tested. What type of knife was swabbed?
So the knife was a EvaTac camouflage folding pocket knife.
Okay, and again, a DNA profile was generated from the knife.
Yes.
And it was compared against the profiles for Matthew Restelli, Kathryn Restelli, Kevin Ellis, and Tracey Grist.
Yes.
How many assumed contributors were detected on the knife?
4.
Okay. Again, that means we're assuming 4 individuals are present on the knife.
Yes.
And you documented the comparison of that mixture vis-a-vis the 4 named individuals we've been talking about.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a copy of Exhibit 98, which is your first report, file name, report 4?
Yes.
Is that with you? Okay. I believe it's on page 3 in the summary. Was there a conclusion about the likelihood of all 4 individuals being present in that DNA mixture together? And by all 4, I mean these 4.
You're referring to the summary section?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. So the
This one. Sorry, you may.
Okay, yeah. So it says the DNA analysis provides support that Matthew Restelli, Kathryn Restelli, Kevin Ellis, and Stacey Grist are possible contributors to the DNA mixture obtained from the swabs from. Oh. Oh, okay, sorry.
Not approach the witness directly.
Oh. Was it the summary section?
The same information in 2 places. That's the confusion. Yeah, she was, and it doesn't matter because it's the same information. We've already had it. We'll just go. Okay. So you're in the summary section, and we were just noticing that the summary obviously reflects that that information appears twice. That's perfectly fine. So for that comparison of the 4 individuals together, what was the final result or conclusion?
Though there is support for the combination inclusions of Matthew Restelli, Kathryn Restelli, Kevin Ellis, or Tracey Grist, all 4 individuals cannot be present in the DNA mixture together.
Okay. So in plain English, that phrase that all 4 individuals cannot be present in the DNA mixture together, that just means all 4 are not on the knife together in the profile generated from the swab.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to the analysis done in this report, you did an analysis in a second report, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And we just talked about comparing the profile, assuming 4 people on the knife compared, and we're looking at these 4 individuals all together versus 4 unknown persons.
Yes.
Okay. Did you also do an analysis with combinations of 3 people, 3 of these people plus an unknown person?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a result regarding the combination of Matthew, Kevin, and Kathryn? You may need to turn to the other report. I understand.
One sec. I'm sorry, which combination were you referring to?
Matthew, Kevin, and Kathryn.
So though there is support for the individual inclusions of Kathryn Restelli, Kevin Ellis, and Matthew Restelli to the mixed DNA profile, these individuals cannot be present in the mixture together.
Okay. And was there a combination test run of Matthew, Kevin, and Tracey?
Yes.
And what was the result of that one?
So though there is support for the individual inclusions of Kevin Ellis, Tracey Grist, and Matthew Restelli to the mixed DNA profile, these individuals cannot be present in the mixture together.
Okay. Again, trying to put this into plain English terms. So far, the results are those 4 people are excluded from being on the knife altogether at the same time.
Yes.
And then the combination of Matthew, Kevin, and Kathryn is excluded.
Yes.
And then the combination of Matthew, Kevin, and Tracey is excluded.
Yes.
Okay. Now, we're going to go back to the first report that you did. Did you also run analyses for the combinations of 2 of the 4 individuals plus 2 unknown people?
Yes.
Okay. For what combinations of 2 people, 2 of these known people, was there support, and what level of support was there? And would it help if we put that on the screen for everybody to help you?
Probably,
that?
yeah.
Okay. So that's going to be Exhibit 98, page 3. And it's going to be the top half of the screen. Scroll down slightly, oh, slightly up, right there. Thank you. Okay, for what combinations of 2 was there support, and what was the level of support?
Would you like me to?
You can even just use that part at the top.
Okay, yeah, that's. So there was very strong support for inclusion and Kathryn Restelli with 2 unrelated individuals. There was very strong support for the combination of Matthew Restelli with Kevin Ellis with 2 unknown unrelated individuals. And then there was also very strong support for inclusion for Matthew Restelli and Tracey Grist with 2 unknown unrelated individuals.
Each of those 3 combinations of 2 had very support. I'm looking at the rest of the report, and there's numbers attached. There's likelihood ratios attached, correct?
Yes.
And one of them is a times 10 to the 17th, 1 times 10 to the 20th, 1 times 10 to the 17th. Those are very big numbers, right?
Yes.
But even still, can you say which of these 3 combinations is more likely than the other?
No, even though the 10 to the 20th is a bigger number than 10 to the 17th, it still falls within a very similar range, and it's still within that very strong support category. So just because that one is higher doesn't necessarily mean that that is the explanation for the DNA profile.
Okay. Could one possible reason for that be because those 3 individuals, Kathryn, Kevin, and Tracey, are close family members?
Yes. So since they share DNA, because they're biologically related, in the DNA mixture, it could appear that one individual is in there because a different individual is in there, since they would have some of the same DNA fragments that we're looking at. So that can kind of influence the result that we're seeing with that statistic.
Okay. And to state this one last time in plain English, make sure we got this correct. There's very strong support for the notion that Matthew and one of these 3 individuals contributed to the DNA on the knife.
So the wording for the statistic is specifically that the probability of observing the DNA profile is more likely if it was the one option versus the other option.
But that's compared to unknown individuals.
Yes.
Right. And each of these 3 standing alone is very strong compared to just unknown individuals.
Yes.
But trying to compare those 3 can't be done. DNA analysis does not allow you to make a conclusion as to which of these 3 is most likely.
Sorry, could you rephrase that?
Yeah. So you ran a hypothesis of Matthew, Kathryn against unknown. Matthew and Kevin versus unknown. Matthew and Tracey versus unknown. And
yes.
Each one was very strong support.
Yes.
But the DNA testing cannot say which of those 3 is the strongest idea or strongest hypothesis.
Yes.
No further questions, Judge.
Ross?
Williams, thank you for being here today. DNA is complicated, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, it is very complicated. And but it's become more and more popular as years go on. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Yeah. And it's because the science is changing or improving as years go on.
Yes.
And but DNA is not a perfect science, is it?
Yes.
It is a perfect science.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said it is not. Yes, it is not.
And an example, I've had my DNA tested. You know, I sent it to Ancestry, or I don't know, as a Christmas present. You know of those things, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah. So my whole family did it. You know, we sent the DNA in. And when I got my result, I was told, you know, what part of the world my DNA came from. You're familiar with this, aren't you?
Yes.
Yeah. And then, of course, I was also told who I was related to, right?
Yes.
And that's a popular use of DNA, isn't it?
Yes.
And I found out I was related to my son through DNA. Does that surprise you?
No.
No, that's natural, isn't it? He's my son. And I found that out for all my kids. And that's what a lot of people do, except instead of close siblings or children, they sort of reach out for family to see who might be related in some way. You've heard of this, haven't you?
Yes.
So when I got my DNA result, I was told I was a certain percentage of Great Britain. I was a small percentage of like Germany area. And I had this like little percentage of Morocco and, you know, a little percentage of other places in the world. Have you heard of this?
Yes.
Yeah. This is probably not the first time you've heard of someone getting a DNA result and having ideas of where they're from, right?
Yes.
A few years later, I got an update. Have you heard of these updates?
I mean, that type of DNA testing isn't the type of DNA testing that the crime lab does.
Have you heard of these kind of updates?
I personally haven't had any experience with that, so.
Okay, my question is, it's difficult for you, I'm sorry, but have you heard of these kind of updates? Where people get DNA and it tells them from where they're from in the world?
I'd like to make an objection. I can approach if you prefer.
And you've heard of people you've heard of people getting their DNA tested to tell them where they're from in the world, right?
Yes.
And you've heard of people getting like updates, giving them some differences from what the original perspective was of where they're from this world, right?
I think so. I haven't had personal experience with that, so I
I don't know. And I don't do that type of testing. So
I guess that's a no.
yeah.
Okay, so no one's ever talked to you about having a DNA test to find out where they're from in the world? No one.
Sorry, could you maybe rephrase that?
Sure. No one has ever talked to you about a DNA test from where they're from in the world. Is that what you're testing?
I've had people talk to me about that before.
Thank you. And you've heard of some of these results being changed as time has gone on. Isn't that true?
Not in my personal experience. I haven't.
You've never heard of anyone tell you that until me, myself, has now provided that information to you.
Yes.
Wow. No further questions.
All right, any redirect? Just a couple. You were just asked about DNA testing of the vein of Ancestry.com, 23andMe, and so on. And you say that those are different tests or different type of testing. What's the difference?
Yeah, so the testing that the crime lab does is called STR testing. So STR testing stands for short tandem repeats. And these are repeated sequences in your DNA that repeat a variable number of times. And the number of repeats that you have at that location is unique to you. And so our analysis is we are looking at those number of repeats, and that generates your DNA profile. The ancestry type testing is a different type of testing called a SNP testing. And so that is a different type of testing. Our STR testing is in regions of your DNA that don't code for anything. So that information is not going to tell you where you're from. It's not going to tell you how that person looks. It's not going to tell you anything about their medical history. So we're basically analyzing regions in the DNA that are almost like filler regions, like they aren't actually coded for a protein or anything like that.
So we established the different tests. It's fair to say these two different types of tests look for different things.
They're types of tests.
And we talked about the state lab being accredited.
Yes.
You know, if 23andMe is certified for legal process.
I don't have personal experience working with anything 23andMe.
You know, if it's designed to be used in criminal cases.
Not to my knowledge, I'm not sure.
But your testing is certified and used in criminal cases.
Yes.
Thank you. Recross?
Absolutely. All right, Ms. Williams, have you ever participated in training for DNA testing?
Yes.
And what is your training for DNA testing?
So I had on-the-job training. So I completed a whole training program for that. And then I also attend forensic conferences. We talk about DNA testing. And then through my college degree, I took courses about DNA.
And where did you go to college?
I went to Brigham Young University.
And when you went to BYU, did you take coursework in DNA extraction?
So DNA extraction was a topic covered in my class. I didn't have a specific class called DNA extraction, but that was part of our biology curriculum.
Yeah, I didn't ask if you took a class in DNA extraction. I asked if you participated in any DNA extraction at BYU.
Like during a lab course?
Did you go to BYU?
Yes.
Did you participate in any DNA extraction while you went to BYU?
No.
Okay. Did you have any lab work while you were in your college studies in relation to DNA?
Yes.
And what kind of lab work did you do at BYU for DNA?
So during my biology course and also during my instrumental analysis class, I learned about DNA techniques. And then we also, during my biology course, we learned about different ways to detect DNA.
And what were those ways?
So for example, one of those was gel electrophoresis, which isn't a method that we use anymore, but that was one of the topics covered.
And was this lab work?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. You described earlier RSTR testing, right?
STR testing, yes.
STR, I'm sorry. STR testing and SNP testing?
SNP testing is a different type of testing done at the lab. That's for like the 23andMe type of testing.
So you mentioned those, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you learn about STR testing at your time at BYU?
Yes.
Okay. And did you participate in any lab work on that STR testing at BYU?
No.
When did you first do lab work in relation to your STR testing experience?
I did it when I was hired at the state lab.
And so was it on the job experience at the state lab?
Yes.
Okay. Did you do any SNP testing while you were at BYU?
No.
Did you ever know about SNP testing at BYU?
Yes, I had heard of it.
Have you ever done any studies on it at all, or is this just something you heard through word of mouth?
I'm not trained in SNP testing.
That wasn't my question. Do you remember my question?
I can't remember your exact phrasing.
Okay, my question was, did you learn about SNP testing while you were at BYU, or did you just learn about it through word of mouth?
I can't remember exactly, but it was probably just word of mouth.
Oh, okay, and in your coursework at BYU, how many classes did you take that engaged in DNA testing or DNA, the science of DNA at BYU?
I can't remember off the top of my head.
More than one?
Yes.
More than three? And what I said is, how many classes did you take that had part of it DNA?
I can't remember exactly right now.
Maybe 5?
Yeah, maybe about 5.
Okay. And in your studies at BYU, in your bachelor's was in biology, is that right?
It was biochemistry.
Biochemistry. Were you ever informed at BYU while you were in biochemistry about the fallibility of DNA, about it sometimes not being perfectly accurate?
Yes.
You had some professors in biochem at BYU, right?
Yes.
And they would inform you as part of your coursework that it's not a perfect science, right?
Yes.
Do you still agree with that?
Yes.
No further questions.
Thank you. May this witness be excused?
Yes, please excuse the witness.
You agree as well, Mr. Face Master? Thank you. You're free to go. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a recess. It's about 3:30. We'll call you back in about 10 or 15 minutes to do our last little sessions for this afternoon. Thank you. All right. Your next witness. Just roughly in front of me. You raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the laws of the state of Utah on penalty of perjury that the testimony you give in this matter today will be true and correct, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat up here. I know you've testified before. Just please keep my last instructions in mind, especially on giving direct answers, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Restelli.
Good afternoon.
For today's hearing, how would you like to be referred? Mrs. Restelli?
Mrs.
Okay.
Restelli.
Okay. Mrs. Restelli, will you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Diane Restelli. His last name spelled Restelli.
And Mrs. Restelli, did you know a person by the name of Matthew Restelli?
Yes, he's my son.
Mrs. Restelli, I'd like to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 32, which is a photograph. One moment, Your Honor.
Thank you. They can't do anything out without you. You're the brains of the outfit.
That's my fault. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Sorry, Mrs. Restelli. Sorry, Amy.
Exhibit 32, you said?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And please just show that to the witness. You recognize who that is a photograph of?
This is my son, Matthew.
Is that an accurate depiction of him? State would move to admit and publish State's Exhibit 32.
Any objection? Thank you. So admitted.
And how old was Matthew when he died?
42.
And did you raise Matthew?
Yes. My son, my husband and I, Tom.
Tell me a little bit about your family. Did you have other children?
Yes, I have 3 sons. Thomas Paul, the third, is my oldest. And he lives in Denver. Obviously, Matthew lived in Temecula. And I have my youngest son, Jonathan Mark, who lives in Dubuque Canyon near me.
And were you actively involved in raising Matthew as a child?
Absolutely was involved. Because I had 3 sons, I didn't get to do the girl things. So I even joined the Boy Scouts, you know, and participated in camping and Boy Scout activities. I did everything I could to be a part of their lives in athletics. Matthew was a mountain biker, so I would take him to the mountain biking races so he could, you know, race competitively.
And do you know what if Matt was left or right-handed?
Matt was left-handed.
And were you involved in Matthew's life when he was an adult?
Absolutely. I pretty much saw him maybe once every 2 to 3 weeks. You know, he was very much in my life. You know, he lived with us as an adult before he was married or with anyone. And, you know, he was part of our life and helping me do a lot of things. You know, he was my mechanic for my SUV. He was my repairman. He was my confidant to talk about a lot of different things. So yes, I was actively involved in Matthew's life, even to the point that he would call me every night and give me a rundown on his activities of the day and what kind of things were going on in his life and talk about his children.
And how close did you live to him?
I lived about an hour away from him.
And what was his personality like?
Matt loved the outdoors. You know, he just loved, you know, sharing pictures of little spiders, and you know, he just had a really cute personality. He was helpful, he was caring, he was personable, and he had a lot of heart. You know, when anybody was in need or had a problem, he tried to see what he can do to help. I mean, he was always helping stranded travelers on the road, giving them water, helping them start their cars, helping them throw their truck out of a ditch or fix a tire. And this is Matt. He was a very caring individual. And I have to say that he promised his dad on his deathbed in 2020 that he would look after me, that he would keep track of me and help. And he absolutely did that.
And was he married?
Yes, he was married to Kate Restelli.
And do you know when they got married?
They were married, I think, 2016, I think it was.
So did you interact with her often?
Yes. When I first met Kate, she was kind of like dressed more like a goth, very dark, she's very tough, had a very tough language ability. And, coming from a professional background, trying to model, having some positive, good behavior that she could learn from a mother-in-law, some positive things. And it was hard. It was hard because she had that rough edge. But she started to do some better things, learn how to cook and do some better baking. So I think I felt like I started to have a really good relationship with Kate. But she always had that undertone of roughness that was really hard to get to that core.
And how many children did Matthew have?
Matthew had 2 children with Kate and 1 child, Lucas, from a previous relationship.
And I'd like to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 33, which is a picture I could show that witness. You recognize that?
Yeah.
And what is that picture of?
That's the family. They're on a tractor that Matt had fixed and overlooking the hills in Temecula in the wine country.
Does it accurately represent the picture of him and his kids?
It does.
State would move to State's Exhibit 33.
Any objection? So admitted, thank you.
Move publish.
Sword.
Did you have a chance to observe their family dynamic?
Yes, I did. Since I was out there off and on, I would be there, bring them food for dinner, spend the night on some occasion. And I was able to see just, some of that rough edge, that Kate always seemed to have. And I even witnessed it in how she talked and treated my oldest grandson, Lucas. And it was uncomfortable. And I could really tell when Kate was getting worked up, and we had to really be careful about what kind of words and what we spoke to her about. And I'm pretty good at that, being a retired college professor in the nursing field. I'd had a lot of, mental health training and knowing how to talk to people to make sure that you can, keep them calm and not get worked up. But Kate was a real challenge in that regard.
Mr. Facemeyer and Mr. Towie, can I see you up here for a minute, please? Into the minute recess. I'm going to have you step out into the your room, the jury room, for 5 minutes. Hopefully not much longer, and then we'll get started again.
All right.
Counsel, I specifically said to the jury we've had a legal case number 24. Thank you. Please be seated. Let's go back on the record in the matter of State versus Grist, case number 2411, excuse me, 01170. Counsel, I specifically said to the jury we've had a legal issue come up. I'm going to excuse you for the day. I want you back tomorrow, ready to go by 1:30 sharp. For the rest of the week, then, Mr. Watanabe, are we on track? A little behind? What are you thinking?
Yes, I think we still potentially could finish Friday, if not Monday. I don't think we go past Monday on the state side.
All right, and then obviously, I'll ask you to coordinate with Mr. Facemeyer then on Friday, so he'll know, because he'll want some time to take a little bit of time to decide whether he's going to call any witnesses or whatever. So we want to give you that courtesy instead of just, I don't want to just stare at you and go, okay.
Judge, I think it's been a very equally moving attorney conferences on this.
No, you guys get along really, really well. I'm not worried about that at all, but just kind of give him a heads up so he's got a good idea of what he needs to expect as we get even closer to Monday, please. Anything else from you today, Mr. Facemeyer?
No, you're
all right. And I do mean that seriously. You've all done along extremely well, and I really appreciate that. It's very, very obvious, and I'll mention that to the jury, and I hope the audience has noticed how well you've been able to work together in professionalism between both sides. So thank you. We'll be in recess then for the day. Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay, that's interesting. So they think they're going to rest either tomorrow or Monday at the latest. Interesting. Then depends. So on my birthday. So it depends then if the defense is going to put anyone on or not. Something must have happened in court because obviously they finished early and also obviously they've taken today off, the morning off. So interesting. Okay. So fine. So just because some of you nosy bitches have been out of the fucking chat, and I'll explain it again because obviously I need to explain stuff about 10 times sometimes. So plan now is, maybe Mexi, I don't know. Yeah, he did just say legal issue. I just thought it was another case. To be quite honest with you, I just thought it was another case. So, but you're right, it could be something to do with this case, or it could be, I just thought it was another case completely. A legal issue with another case. But yeah, fine. It could well be. About the mother. Anyway, so What was I saying? Oh, I was saying yes. When I close this down, you will automatically be zoomed over to my other channel where the Antonio Brown hearing will be played. It's about 19 minutes. From there, then I'm going to take lunch. I'm going to it's a premiere, the Antonio Brown one. So I'm not on screen or anything. It's a video. It's premiering. I would appreciate if you do go over and you're able to play in the background, even if you don't want to listen to it. But thanks to Kat Williams, she condensed it for me, and I'm able to play that. If you could just like it and stuff like that, that'd be really, really good. It's time to premiere in 6 minutes, 5 minutes now. So yeah, it's about 90 minutes long. So technically, by about just after 22:08 to be done, I'm then going to go to have my dinner, and then I'll be back on at 3:30 Eastern, 2:30 Central, 1:30 Mountain Time, 12:30 Oregon time and Arizona time, and 8:30 me and Baghdad's time. So that's the plan. I'm trying to delay sending you over there for another couple of minutes, but that's my plan. There will be like a 40-minute gap where there's nothing going on. Yeah, I'm sure Sarah will post the link for the other one. I can't redirect from the other one, so I'm sure Sarah, being the lovely Sarah P she is, will post in there the link for the other one once that's done for the afternoon session. But looks like we're going, what's a 3:30? Day 3 of testimony. We're going to be live. So 3:30 Eastern, 2:30 Central will be day 3 of this trial that we're just watching now. We're going to watch it live. So because essentially Erin Hack told me she's resigning if I don't play it, so I don't have much of a choice. But also, I didn't realize it's going to be such a short trial. So now I'm lovely. Slip of the tongue, sorry, slip of the tongue. Let him have it, Sarah. You're right. Nope. Oh, fuck. I can't. You see, if people in chat, if you see what I have to deal with these mods, do you know what I mean? Oh, fuck. We're to be unwed. Someone will be. So you were going to be zoomed over to the Antonio Brown hearing now, hippie chick. And then after that finishes in 20 minutes, there'll be a lull then. There'll be nothing on. So you're going to have to find your own way over to the other channel. But lovely Sarah P will also post it in the link there. So that is for, I don't trust your zooming. So, well, the link for the next one is in the chat now. Oh. Yes, I do. I do feel sorry for Erin Hack. And yes, I did choose you, Mexi. Obviously for good reasons. So Sarah has posted a link in there as well. Rook, I will end this now so you get zoomed over. Remember, it's a premiere. I'm not on the screen or anything. Please behave. Obviously, as I'm sure you will. So yeah, I'll see you over there in, well, now it starts in 2 minutes. So see you there.